Well, hello everybody. Who all we got out there this evening? Oh, you should see. Before he's got a blanket on, it looked like an old woman across his head. Crazy dog. Uh, they left me. Well, I hope everybody had a nice Thanksgiving. My daughter called, and then two granddaughters, and then a whole bunch of great grandkids. And about burnt the meatloaf up just talking to them. But I put it up there anyway. Uh, it turned out really all right. The My ketchup on top singed a little bit because of the brown sugar. I cooked it about an hour and a half, but I first 20 minutes or so I forgot to turn the oven down and covered my meatloaf. I always covered my meatloaf with aluminum foil. But I had to hurry up and call my daughter back, so that went that way. But it turned out good, really. Tastes good anyway. Mm. Oh, got the hiccups now. Uh, I'm looking to see what else was on today. A lot of people here I watch. I watch it CBS News too. I think I'm the only one here yet. They're probably still fighting for Thanksgiving. There you go. No, you ain't getting my lap either. I'm mad at you. All you want to do is argue today with everybody. You want to get up in bed with me, I'm ready. I took a little nap. My goodness. Better put that up. Well, come on, get over here if you want to. Come on. Come on. No, I don't want you then. You're a stuck up dog. Come here, baby. Okay. He's right there. Here, right. He's right there. Lay down beside me. Don't fall. Break a hip. Go to the home. That's what they tell me. Yep, you get out there and break a hip, you go into the home. I was watching some preppers. They're really planning for the worst. They're out there having a run on toilet paper and everything else again and again. Hello. June. I did have a nice Thanksgiving. I got to talk to my kids and I talked to my grandkids and my great grandkids, and like I said earlier, I almost burnt my meatloaf up talking to people. Yep. So there you go. Mm. But I did have a good time. Uh, Buddies, friend of mine over in the UK said there wasn't no more toilet paper. They're all bought up, bought out. I started. I was at the Walmart store 2 or 3 days ago. I, I got a video when I went over there, but anyway, got my medicine. This guy had about, I don't know, 6 or 8 big bundles of toilet paper. I mean, the biggest ones you can get in a cart. I mean, he had to have his hand up on top of it, to hold it all in there. And I looked at him and I didn't have it. The damn thing I said, really? like, how many damn times you go to the bathroom, dude? Uh, I know a lot of people could. I call my, they call me this, that, and the other, but it's hard now. You can't get with your family and everything else, and it makes it really hard. You know, you know. I let's see. One of my great grandbabies has got to call him grandbaby. He's got asthma really bad, and the other one, they think a couple of them's got pneumonia. I mean, I said, well, did you go get your ammonia shot? No, they did. Young people don't think about stuff like that. They just, they don't think about an ammonia shot or anything else. I'm gonna decorate inside the house this year. I'm not even gonna decorate outside. I'm gonna hang up a bunch of lights. Call it Christmas. Yeah. I'm gonna do my ordering online. But that guy, he had at least 6 bundles of toilet paper, probably 24 packs. So I mean, I looked at him like, how many damn times you gonna go to the bathroom? He's like, damn. you know, I don't think I'd use all that if I even had diarrhea for a couple of months. And I said, well, didn't you get enough last time? I told him. Well, that's good. They're doing better. Turned down to 60 milliliters. Is that what they call it? I can't remember. I think that's what they call it, milliliters. Units of air through a tube, yeah, milliliter. Well, that's good. Boy, because they stay in bed too long, your muscles go to pot. I ain't lying. Praise God. I don't know how old he is, but I got a nephew he's doing better. He's at home now. He's self quarantining, so that's one good thing. My sister said she wasn't going around them. She's afraid all of them got COVID. I said, hell, as long as old as we are, they'd probably get a hint of it coming by and kill us. Ammonia. I think the ammonia goes with it. You know what I'm saying? I believe it does. 34 years old, that's young. Yeah, it's bothering more that age and even younger than they realized. I mean, they have a higher chance of surviving than older people do, but they still got what they call damage from it. I mean, every time you catch pneumonia, you have scarring of the lungs. I don't care if you're 5 years old or 55 or 105, it scars your lungs. So there's a side effect to it. Yeah, there you go. Yep, scarring of the lungs ain't too good. Like smoking 100 million cigarettes scars your lungs. I picked off the crust off of the meatloaf, and Big Boy loved it to death. He liked that brown sugar in that ketchup. uh, oh, if I'd have paid more attention, but I was too busy talking to kids and grandkids and great grandkids. I didn't give a damn about a damn meatloaf if it burned up or not. Basically, I was just showing you what I put in one. I put in everything in the kitchen sink if you let me. But that stuffings is easier to. It's got a lot of flavor to it. This, that, and the other than just crumbling up crackers or something like that, or old dried bread. I just buy a package of that stuff and stick it in there. It's quick, it's easy. I don't what a couple of bucks, and that's about all that stuffing costs. I cut up some cheese and put mushrooms, cheese, onion, plenty. I put a whole onion, and I like onion. And what else did I put in it? Salt and pepper, I know for sure. And then that stuffing mix, turkey stuffing mix. Oh, thank you. Uh, yeah, it turned out all right. I mean, I had the oven turned to 450, and I should have turned it back down to 350. So I let it run about 20 minutes, and I looked over and said, "Oh, I didn't turn that oven down." And then I said, "Oh my God, I forgot to cover my meatloaf because I always cover my meatloaf." And then so I stopped talking to one of them to do that. Then I'd say about an hour and a half maybe, because it was a big old fat meatloaf. I bet there was 5 pounds of meat in it or better. Uh, I had to cook it an extra 30 minutes, but it about 160, 170, and it's done. It was done all the way through. So I don't like raw meatloaf in the center. Tasted delicious. I had me 2 pieces of it. And that's it. I didn't even make me brown gravy. I usually make brown gravy and pour over it, but I didn't even do that. I just had me 2 of it like I had a sandwich, meatloaf sandwich, and called it good. Where's my finger? I just cooking for myself. Chris don't even like meatloaf. He bought something else, some kind of sandwiches is what he wanted. I told him I cook him a pork chop tomorrow. Butterfly pork chop. That's what I think I'll cook him. I didn't have no celery. I usually put celery in my meatloaf, but I didn't have any. I didn't worry about it. I put bell pepper instead. No, yeah, but it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt it. It just the brown sugar got a little toasty, but that's it. It didn't hurt the damn thing. It didn't hurt the flavor a bit. Didn't hurt the taste of it either. I usually have it covered though. And a lot of times I just put ketchup in the inside and don't even put no ketchup on the outside of it. Just wrap it up and take it off, let it brown. But I didn't. I got in a hurry, when you want to talk to your kids and they're all lined up to talk to you and all that good stuff. So one of them didn't Skype me, but my phone was busy, or they probably would have. One they was going, "Oh, Dad, we can bring you some turkey and dressing and stuff." I said, "Really, you're going to drive 100 miles just bring me a plate of food? It ain't like I ain't got no food here." That's for sure. I don't want to put no extra burden on them. Like my sister said, hell, they have hard enough time making ends meet. They're all working right now. Thank God. Uh, let's see. She wasn't working for 4 or 5 weeks there, one granddaughter, and they gave her back pay $3,800 or something like that. She said, "I used all that to catch up my bills." I said, "Well, that's good. Now she's working again." Cost her, how much did she say a month to babysit her 4 kids? It was a bunch. I said, "Ooh, quit having kids at that price." Uh, but that's what I'm saying. Maybe she said they got a private person to babysit the kids. It's like a school teacher. Since the schools were shut down, they hired 4 or 5 families went in together and hired a school teacher, like a daycare school teacher person at their own home. And they keep their kids there during the day, and she educates them. So it's working out. Oh, they offer. Yeah, like I said, but you don't want to put a burden on your kids. My God. Look at my little dog. You leaving me? He's going to get back down there. And I've been acting right. It's old age, dude. You're about 16, 17 years old. It's old age. That's what's wrong with the old age. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. It's Black Friday. Well, I could have went shopping at 6 o'clock this evening. Walmart starts their Black Friday at 6 in the evening. At 6:15, they're probably tromping on everybody's feet. Ain't nothing I want over there. I mean, who wants another television? About all they got. Coffee makers. What else they got over there? I don't drink coffee, so. The cameras, I don't even use the one I got. I just ain't nothing else I want over there. I bought some clothes, but nobody really, they don't put a sale on clothes, Butch. The reason you don't get clothes on sale is you buy winter clothes in the spring and spring clothes in the winter. That's sometimes you can get a sale on them. At least that's what I do. I did buy me a $25 jacket though. I could have waited if there's been any left, but I sort of liked it. I like them real big, and it was a 3X, and they usually only get one or two of them in, you know. If it ain't big enough, I don't want it. That's what I'm saying. I hope everybody's Thanksgiving went great. Mine went great. Kids called me. I burnt the meatloaf up. Didn't really burn it. I just put a little bark on it. It was all right. The inside was great. If I wouldn't have been in a hurry, it'd been all right. But I was in a hurry. But the ingredients is the same. Don't be afraid to try different things. You know, well, you put eggs in it. And then any kind of vegetable you like. I've seen people put corn in it. That's a little bit too much for me. But then they put some kind of bread, crackers, or something. And I thought, well, I've made it before that stuff, and just open a package of that up, and I've not even had to season it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of people put the dash seasoning in them, and this, and well, I just tear that stuffing open, and it's got every kind of seasoning you need, and I just throw it in there, and that's what counts. I mean, if you like the flavor of stuff, I don't like it made as a stuffing. On the top of the stove, it's really mushy with just water in it. It's like a mush instead of a dressing. I like my dressing baked in the oven. That's just me. Well, thank you. Choo choo. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. I had. Everybody's having a pretty good Thanksgiving. I'm glad, if they celebrate Thanksgiving. Canada's already had theirs. I think England has something like a Thanksgiving. I think they have what they call a fall festival. Hello, Bunny. Oh, well, she's a blessed person, giving stuff out there, It's thinking of others. I I told my kids when I die, I want them to give all my clothes, shoes, and jackets, and coats, and all that stuff to the homeless. Because I got so damn many of them. I said, I want you to don't just dump it off at a place. I want you to go to a place and take a bunch of clothes, shoes, and whatever, and, like Jesus did, put them on their feet, put it on their clothes on their back. Don't just pile it off in a pile, hell. Or don't just run over and give it to the Goodwill either. I mean, I want you to go to the Jesus houses and pick out people. You got to go back 2 or 3 times to get rid of all that stuff. Put it on their backs, put it on their feet. Yep, that's who we need to be thankful for. Thankful to the Lord. I had a great Thanksgiving. Like I said, I didn't cook a turkey. I don't really. I had a ham in the refrigerator that I've been eating off of for a week. But I didn't. I'm not that crazy about turkey. I like dressing, but don't like turkey. It's it's dry. It's my wife, God bless her. She never could cook a turkey. Every damn time she cooked turkey, it was always dry and shit. And turkey's dry by nature. And if you eat turkey, it's got that whatever they call it in it. It wants you to go to sleep all the time. So hell, I don't eat. I want to get up and stir around myself. And I don't like goose. Excuse me, it's too greasy. And duck, it's moist, but it's a duck. You know, I was at a place. I think it was in France. They took a pigeon, stuffed it in a chicken. And the chicken went into a duck, and I think a duck went into a goose. 3 or 4 different layers. Yeah, there's 4 layers of meat, and they cut you all the way through it and give you a slice of that. It was unusual. That's what I would say. It's about every kind of fowl you could think of. They eat a lot of swab over there. That's pigeon. Yep. But the pigeon went to chicken, the chicken went to duck, and the duck went into the goose. Over here, the transition is chicken, duck, and turkey, I think is what it is. Something like that. They use them game hens. Yeah, I think that's what it goes, game hen. Yeah, they don't use swab. They got tumblers over there. They call them pigeons that don't fly. They call tumblers. They look like a game chicken, about the size of a game chicken. Yeah, that's it. Turkenden, or whatever they call it. Yeah, that's it. Mm. Oh, they'll put a goose, and they outlaw it. They used to put a goose in a box and stuff, force feed that thing for about a month. All that stuck out was his neck. Boy, she's been busy. I ain't lying. God bless her too. We, I don't know where. I know we got a food bank because I worked over there at that food bank in Guthrie. I don't think we got a community center food bank deal here. Now the senior citizens, I go over there, and they usually they used to, and I had been a long time that we go over to the senior citizen center in Guthrie, Oklahoma, and they'd feed us when I got old. But they'd feed us a Christmas dinner or something. We'd go over there. Of course, we'd go. You could go every day if you wanted to, and they'd feed you lunch. They'd all cook a lunch for you because a lot of these people, old people, just don't want to cook, and they ain't got no money or whatever. I mean, hell, I get tired of cooking. And then when my wife was sick, they brought me Meals on Wheels. They don't. It doesn't matter how much money you make or whatever. It's just you don't. And I thought the world of them because I was so busy trying to take care of her. I didn't have time to cook for myself. But then just one meal a day is what they brought. But that helped you catch up a little bit. My wife was a picky eater anyway. She always has been. I used to cook her meals, cut it up for her, hand feed her because she had so many strokes that she couldn't move half of her body and it was all drawn up. So I'd help her to feed her. And when she got bedfast, it was a hell of a damn joy. But like I said, there's there's givers and takers, and God bless the givers. We got a heartburn. There's meatloaf on the stove.
I don't know what it is. I'm dying.
We're all doing that. You better watch it. That stuff fall out of you. Got so many dishes that open the cabinet and they'll die out.
He's put it in the fridge. It'll go bad.
It ain't going bad. It's only been sitting there an hour. Good Lord, he thinks setting meatloaf out for an hour is gonna go bad. When I get off this, I'll wrap it all up and put it back and put it all in the fridge. He likes it cold anyway. Put it in the freezer.
I gotta go kill my dog.
He's.
You hear him?
I hear him. He's just throwing a fit. That's because you spoiled him. You left the back part of the house. The dog thinks you're supposed to go with you. That's what happens when you spoil a dog, like spoiling a kid. There's so much. I've watched the news for an hour or so this evening before I laid down, and oh my God, it's getting bad out there. I watched this one woman. She was a prepper, and she was a little perturbed that the store is saying the reason they ain't nothing on the shelves is because these people are hoarding. And that's usually ain't what a prepper does. A prepper buys a little bit at a time over a year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year period. And that way he's got plenty. It's just like me when everybody's running around for toilet paper. I'd always throw an extra 4-pack in there usually every week when I went to the store. So I wasn't like loading my basket up like that one guy with 6 or 7 jumbo family packs at one time whenever other people need it. This is they do that 5, 6, 7 years in advance. It's like buying 50 or 100 pounds of flour, cornmeal, or whatever. I mean, you buy stuff over a period of time, and it's like batteries or whatever. I had gloves, I had masks, I had respirators, I had everything I needed because I bought it years in advance. And some stuff was never took out of the package. So the store manager was blaming the impulse buying, or what do you want to call it? Not impulse buying, panic buying. That's what he was blaming on. But a hoarded a prepper really don't panic buy. There's no panic to them because
I'll be back.
They bought over a period of years. I mean, I bought discount food by the pallet. And now a pallet is 4 foot wide square, 4 foot, 4 foot, 4 foot, and 4 foot tall. And I would buy it, which is about, I don't know, I'd buy peanut butter, lightweight jellies, canned meat. I'd buy damaged freight, what's called damaged freight. And a lot of stores will do that, mom and pop shops. And I was buying it and putting it up for, because tuna, stuff like that, they'll keep 4 or 5 years. So with spam will keep hell longer than the damn spam will last longer than the aluminum can will. So I didn't have to panic buy anything. I didn't hoard up anything that wouldn't go to other people. In fact, I gave across the street a woman and man, they're real young. He worked at Hobby Lobby. And I brought it and took them toilet paper, had baby wipes. They just had a new baby. And I knew that they didn't have certain things like that. I gave them baby wipes and toilet paper, paper towels, a lot of paper products. And what else did I give them? Some type of foods. Yeah. Oh, I gave them powdered milk, I think it was. I forget. I think it was some kind of milk product. But anyway, yeah, a prepper. I prep for my 3 kids and their kids and their kids. I've got the room and I had the money, so I buy it up. Buy 5 or 6, 7, 800 pounds at a time. But I can't see boy loading up I mean, he didn't have nothing else in that basket but toilet paper. I thought to myself, dude, you better buy you something to eat. If you don't eat, you don't poop. That's what I was doing. But I just said, really? My theory was, how much damn toilet paper do you need? That was so funny. I don't need that damn many toilet paper. My daughter came out, and her daughter came out twice and got paper products and a few other things because they couldn't find it. It ain't they didn't have the money. They're both working. But that's what they do. They said, Deborah says, well, you want me to pay you for it? I said, no, Deborah, really? Hell, you need to use it for it. Man. I said, that toilet paper is 5, 6, 7 years old. It's time to be used up. Mm. Well, howdy, cat without a hat. Hope your Thanksgiving went fine. Heard his little dogs are barking. You sport that little thing. Applehead Chihuahua. My dogs are glad he's in there because they run and hide from him. You know how that goes. He wants to play and they're just too old. They ain't in the playing mood. I didn't get a chance to get up my sister. Didn't get a chance to get that. But I need to call her. Probably call her at 10 o'clock tonight. She ain't going to bed every day anyway. She got to watch that old 10 o'clock news like all the rest of us old people do. It's getting so I don't even want to listen to it. Presidential pardons is one what they're doing. He's doing a whole bunch of them, and I don't know what else he's doing. Biden saying, I got to get on the ball, got to get on the stick. And I'm telling him, you better start getting some stimulus checks out. These people about to get homeless. Then what are you going to do with them? Yep. And I've always said, $1,200 ain't going to help them. You need to give them $5,000 to $10,000, $5,000, $10,000. That might bail them out. Yeah, that $1,200 is a damn joke. So hell, some people's rent's $1,200 a month. How the hell are you going to help them? It's just another day. Well, yeah, that's what mine was. My son said, "You want to go Walmart Black Friday?" I said, "Nope," because it opened at 6, I think, this afternoon. I said, "Nope, I ain't getting nobody. There ain't a damn thing I need over there to step on my toes." A lot of stores, a whole bunch of them are having Black Friday sales. Even the internet's got Black Friday. Chris was telling me. I said, Dad, there's a lot of sales on Amazon. Black Friday, Black Friday. I said, I can't think of any damn thing I need. Now, a few things I want. I want a dog pen. I want one that's portable. I can fold it up, but I want at least a 10-foot square, about 3 foot tall. And I want it to collapse down to nothing because I'm going to haul it. So that's going to be hard to find. It ain't the idea of buying it. It's the idea of finding something like that. Maybe, he's really hollering now. You hear him? Can you hear him whining? His master left you. He got that thing about 4 weeks old. That woman said it was 6 weeks old. That was bullshit. That little thing was about 4 weeks old. I had to show him how to feed it. It was so damn young. All it wanted to do is try to run baby girl down a nurse. He paid like $250 for something like that. Then she said, "Oh, it's had its shots." I don't believe it has. It damn sure had fleas on it. Don't think gonna get that done. Yeah, but I want for nothing, like the Bible says. I don't want to want for nothing. Thou shalt not want. He maketh me to lay down in green pastures. Leadeth me beside the still waters. But the prettiest verse in that thing is I shall not want. In other words, he's provided and took care of all my needs. And any of the rest of it's either being vanity or being selfish, whatever. And the best prayer there God ever give you is an unanswered prayer. Your dog's hollering.
Oh, I imagine he is.
Boy,
Chewie, I'm here.
boy thinks any time anybody moves, he's about he run up to the store. It's bad about having a 7-Eleven on the well, it's a mom and pop little quickie mart on the corner. Yep. They stayed open all day. They'll stay open until 12 o'clock tonight. Some stores didn't open till, let's say, 3 that afternoon or 4 that afternoon, something like that. So the employees could have a Thanksgiving at home, which makes good sense. Yep. And one of these damn days, I'll get out and get around if they get this COVID under control. Tell them, hell, give me about 15 of them vaccines. They got 3 different companies over here that's making them. Give me one of each one. Even Russia's making some. They're vaccinating right now. Russia is. According to the news, they're already started vaccinating. Yep. Of course, theirs is mandatory. You don't get a choice. Wonder if Biden will make it mandatory. Turn this communist or socialist state. Communism wouldn't have a choice. Socialism, you'd have a choice, I think. Because Canada's socialist, and so is the UK. And I think they get a choice. I don't know much about socialist government. In other words, if I got it, everybody's got it. And the hell knows. I think that's what socialism is. Communism is you do what the hell I tell you. Like dictatorship. Ours is what they call it. What the hell they call that? A money capitalist. We are a capitalist country. Dirty little capitalist. In other words, it works on the we got it, you need it, we'll sell it. And more of them they got that dictates the price. In other words. And we ain't a true capitalist anyway. There's regulations and boundaries on gas, medicines, all kinds of little deals. You can only go up to 15% or 20% in a shutdown situation. In other words, you can only charge 20% more. You know, you can't gouge the people. They do it anyway. Like him, EpiPen, $600-700. Really? That really costs that much? Electricity, it's $600 a month, $600-700 a month. Really, they charge whatever the hell they want to. That's what the capitalist does.
You want this now or later?
I'll give it here. I got candy. That'd be my dessert.
You got mad at me, tinkled in the floor.
Uh-oh, you have to wash it up.
Oh, already did.
Thank you, son.
You're welcome. We go to Lowe's tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll go to Lowe's.
All right.
Yep, I'll go to Lowe's. I'm looking for that dog pen. Is what I'm looking for. I'll have to build it. I'm looking for it. So I will not just let my dogs run free when I'm camping. I want them in a pen. I don't want them tied to no damn tree either. My dogs actually act like a tie to a tree. Yeah, I ain't gonna tie my dogs to a tree. Sometimes I wished I didn't have 4 of them, though. I got boys right beside me. He's getting so old, he's getting feeble. I didn't let him in bed with me this evening because I wanted to lay down for about an hour with peace and quiet. He gets up there, he wants to argue and fight and growl and that little guy, because the little guy will not, when I go to bed, little guy's in the bed. And that was because when he was a little bitty, his mother didn't have enough milk, and I had to feed the poor little rat. So I'd be tired, and I'd wrap him up in a tea towel or a wash rag, and that's how little he was, and sleep with him right up beside my head. Now he sleeps at the foot, though. But when he thinks it's time for me to get up, he runs up there and bounces on me, gets me up. You know, I got sleep apnea. If I don't breathe right, he'll come and get me up. He'll wake me up. He don't want me dying in my sleep. Mm, mm. Yeah, everybody does things different nowadays. I'm telling you. I'm gonna go to Lowe's and see what they got. If I have to get some of that rollout wire, I've got 2 rows of it already. Is that stuff you put around the garden? If I get that plastic wire, no, I want something. Excuse my hiccups. I want something metal because I don't want no coyote tearing into where they're at. That's for sure. Yep. Thanksgiving is what the Pilgrims did. Did you know that if it hadn't been for the American Indians, they wouldn't have, the Pilgrims wouldn't have made it, because that's why that show, Preppers, American Prepper, or what they call that show. You have to have enough food to last 2 years, not just a year. So in other words, that's how you survive. So if this pandemic gets really, really bad and rough, Ron, hope everybody had you. Thank you. You have a, but they had that show on uh, Doomsday Prepper. That was the name of it. Kind of thing. But they wouldn't give them 2 years, because the reason it was based on a 2 year deal. If they ever gave you 2 years, well, the programs made it after you. If you can survive 2 years, because that gives you 2 growing seasons, you'll make it. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know how many people's even got seeds put up. You know, are you planning on the National Seed Bank? It's over in Switzerland or somewhere. Nope. You should have at least no less than 25 pounds of seeds put up. No less. I've got probably close to 100 pounds of seeds put up, all kinds of seeds. And it's in a climate controlled atmosphere, like a wine cooler. That's what I use my wine cooler for. Keep my seeds cool. Yeah. So therefore, I might not be able to grow very much, but I got kids and grandkids and great grandkids and greats. Uh, they'll be able, hey, get some to your damn neighbor. Like, if they can help them plant a garden. Maybe your tomatoes done good and their corn done good. We do a little trading backwards and forth. Ain't no sense being stingy and selfish. I don't mind you helping seeds or this, that, and the other, but people, like I said, if it really hit the fan, like everybody during the Second World War had a victory garden. You don't give a damn if it was a flower box hanging outside your window. I still got flower boxes hanging out my window. But that, even high-rise building, everybody had a damn victory garden. They had a little bit of tomato, a little bit of carrots, something, herbs, something. If it gets hit again, let's say that, you got to learn how to plant and grow stuff. I can grow a ton of sweet potatoes in a 4x4 by 8 foot tall, like a little tower. Put poles together like that. You stack them poles together, and in between the cracks is where you put your starter, your little starts, your sweet potato starts. That's what they call them, little back start. Poke them in there and all the way across the top. You got hay and potting soil and everything else. Keep it wet. At the end of the season, you just pull your poles apart like that. Just pull them apart, and everything crumbles down, and you got a ton, at least a ton. That's 2,000 pounds for every 4 by 4 by 8 foot tall. Now, a ton, 2,000 pounds of sweet potatoes. You can raise Irish potatoes that way. Sweet potatoes are better, faster, though, they're better for you. But there's all kinds. I can raise anywhere from 2,500 pounds to 3,000 pounds of meat in a 12 by 12. Yeah, rabbit, but meat's meat. Yep. My Thanksgiving was real good, Rice. It was great. I got to talk to all the kids, and I stayed home and stayed safe. That's about all I can say. Yep. But like I said, preppers, they were all preppers. People raised on the farm, if they wanted a strawberry jam or whatever, when the strawberry and the blackberries were in season, they had to can them and put them up. You know, we don't do that. We're going to go to Walmart. We're going to go to Safeway and get our jellies and whatever. Well, that's a sort of a, it's easier sometimes to buy this stuff and just can it up. But if you're growing it, you've already got your plants and this, that, and the other. I don't know where it'd be cheaper just to, I guess, could be, a lot cheaper. You already got your jars. All you have to do is get your lids. You got your bands already. You just need new, fresh lids. And then, of course, sugar or canning salt or whatever, it'd be a lot cheaper. Do up a couple, 300-400 pounds. Every family should have at least 10 tons of food put up. If there's 5 people in your family, you need 10 tons. And I'm going to tell you why. Because a person will eat 2,000 pounds of dried product in a year. Yeah. You don't realize how much you eat. And that's, counting salt, flour, cornmeal, that's dried products, And you'll eat about 2,000 pounds a year. You have turkey and dressing and deviled eggs. I'm coming to your house. I love deviled eggs. I like a good dressing. I ain't too sold on turkey. But I like a good dressing. Now, if I was I'd cook my turkey and then chop it up and put it in dressing. like a turkey sandwich, though. Oh. Can you imagine how many leftovers are in the world, in the United States? How many people's got a whole ton of leftovers? We used to have so much hell, we'd eat on it for a month. I put it in the containers and stuff and freeze it. Yeah. Yep. I'd even chop up dressing little squares and put them in sandwich bags and freeze them. That way you just have to take the one sandwich bag out, and that's where you're dressing. You only got to keep it for 3 months. Dressing will keep about 3 months in the freezer. It won't keep overnight if you leave it out on the counter. That's not kill you. I had one sister put boiled eggs in her damn dressing. I never did like that. Never did like her dressing. But she put boiled eggs in it. No, thank you. And I don't like a bunch of nuts in the dressing either. Pecan ones, walnuts, and all that stuff. Hell, I'm not eating a goddamn fruit salad. I mean, dressing. I want liver and kidneys and that kind of stuff put in my dressing. Give me the gizzard, chop it up and put it in there. Kim. I love deviled eggs if they're made right. I put sweet relish in it. I don't like too much paprika sprinkled on the top, though. Now, after I've had a few strokes or something, I can't even remember shit anymore. I did know how to remember to make that meatloaf. I used dressing. That stovetop dressing. You can use the pork or you can use the turkey flavored or the original. Don't matter. Just throw it in there. Oh, you didn't know dressing will kill somebody? Yeah, if you leave dressing out on the counter or whatever too long, it'll kill you. That sage and stuff in it goes bad quick. Turkey does too. That's why my son, you got this meatloaf sitting on the stove. It's already went bad. I said, I cooked it less than about an hour or so ago. I'm waiting for it to cool down before I throw it in the refrigerator. I'll cut it up and put it in baggies. That's what I'll do. As long as if it can't stay very many hours at room temperature. That's the key word on that much of that stuff. Like I said, that meatloaf, it had dressing in it, which has got sage and this, that, and the other. But I'll eat it up in about 2 days, probably a day or so. I'll have it. I'll eat it. I like meatloaf sandwiches. Yeah, need some meatloaf sandwich. Yeah. Well, Christmas is right around the corner. What are we going to do for Christmas, people? What are we going to do? I don't need anything, really, except a dog pen. You know what I'd like to have? I just thought of this. I would like to have a building put in, probably one of them portable buildings, and then have a dog run between my house and the building, where they can run backwards and forth, enclosed. And then have a little outside running pen on the building where I can open up the door and they can come from that building to my building and tell them to go back. Because that way, when I took off somewhere, they would have sort of like a kennel. Maybe I need to build me a kennel. I've got so many dogs, I need a kennel. Pretty bad. Trump's gone. Yep, Trump is gone. He's been gone in his mind a long time, I think. He can't leave to the 15th or 16th of January anyway. But I think he's understanding that, smooth transition. We need a smooth transition. What are you fighting for? Like I said, I don't know. They still hunting for a kid that got out. Him and his sister was going around the lake, and I was going to ask my daughter about it. They both got out of the car because she said she seen him out of the car. They're swimming in the lake. She made it to shore. She said the current got him and took him downstream in a lake. I don't think there's that much current, but that's what the woman said. But anyway, they haven't found his body for 2 or 3 days. Been 3 days, too. So hopefully they find him. I hope he got out and just got amnesia or something. Always hope for the best. So there you go. It's going too fast and the car didn't make the curb. Trump. I think Trump is going to run in 2024. He's just hustling up some money right now to pay that $400 million loan off. That's borrowing a lot of money. I was trying to figure out what the interest rate would be on $1 million. It'd be 100,000 a month, something like that. Or is it 10,000? 10% interest on $1,000,000 per month. Well, it'd be $100,000. There's 100,000 in a million, ain't there? Last time I checked, so that'd be $100,000 a month. Yeah, that'd be hellacious interest. Trump's gonna go to prison January 20th. Well, thank you. Meatloaf tastes good too. Ugh. Like I said, I don't think they're going to prosecute him. Hell, he ain't no crooked than the rest of them. They're all crooked. I'm just thank God he's out of there. And the only thing I really didn't like about what he's doing, first I didn't like his tweets all the time. He could have quit that. But what he was doing to the environment, my God, we got to have rules and regulation when it comes to the environment. Hell, we only got one planet. Just because Elon Musk wants to start living on Mars, don't mean we're going to move there tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to leave anyway. I don't think I'd be wanting to go live on Mars. Yeah. They'd give you 1,000,000 acres on Mars. Would you move? No. You could have an acre on Earth or 1,000,000 acres on Mars. Which would you pick? Well, they could terraform it. As long as we had an oxygen atmosphere. That'd take a few years to terraform Mars. Plants and this, that, and the other. It's like the ancient Egyptians when they was in Ur. I think it's pronounced Ur. I ain't too damn good pronouncing names or anything else anymore since my stroke, I have to think. But anyway, back when Abraham's daddy lived in Ur, the king of Ur went up on his taxes because the land got fertile more because of the sheep and cattle and goats that they had. So the old king, even though he had lice, he charged them more money to live on their land because his goats and sheep and stuff made it more productive. So therefore, he was terraforming the land by the fertilizer that his animals, Abraham's daddy's animals had. And then they all left. When Abraham left, his daddy went with him. How about that one? I read the book. Read it a lot, looking for that loophole. What I did find out about that book is be kind and considerate to others. That'll work in any situation. Somebody standing there cussing you, you just got to be kind and considerate and understanding. Even though you want to choke the shit out of them. Cuss me one more time, dude. Yeah. That's no, I just don't pay no attention to it and go. Let them have their rants and their raves. Or still trying to put Hillary in jail. Ain't got that done either. That spy is pretty slick. That's what I'm thinking. Yep, she was a spy ever since Putin was. That's why her and Putin didn't get along during the Cold War. We'll have to have another one of them. They probably give us that vaccination. We get that COVID vaccination, all turn into zombies. Or be like that polio vaccination when it first came out. Hell, it killed a bunch of people. Or it didn't kill them, it gave them polio. How about that? Let me see here. So fuck it. I hope you had a nice Thanksgiving also. Well, happy birthday. Yeah, I've had them cuss at me. I don't pay no attention to people. Just let them go on. Let them go on with themselves. It takes some action. It takes a reaction. If you don't react to their action, then you see what I'm saying? Then it sort of calms them down because you did not react to their action. Well, thank you, so fuck it. How old are you now? Before you run off, 39. A lady never gets over 39 years of age. I'll tell you that right now. That's what my grandma used to say. A lady never gets over 39, and a lady never tells you her age. So if you tell me your age, you ain't no lady. I knew you was going to tell me your age, 50 years old. 50s, huh? Well, that's still young. 75s are getting a little older. 85, 95, and 105 is getting on up there. Half a century, yep. Well, have you learned anything in the last 50 years? That's what counts. Yeah. Like I said, I've learned a lot in my old age. You're about the same. My son's about your age, a little, maybe a year or two older than you are. Yeah, I learn something every day too. I learned this world is a corrupt and wicked place. That's for sure. Yep. That COVID's getting to where it's, we used to be, well, I don't know anybody that's got COVID. Well, I get to where I know a lot of people now's got COVID. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you said, well, do you know anybody that's got COVID? No, maybe it's a hoax. Maybe they're just, the government's just trying to drive us up there. Well, now I've got my nephew, niece, a couple other people I know that's got it. And I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, this might be more serious than what they think. It ain't no hoax. But this just we get this one under control within, let's say, 2021, 2021, and I'll bet you by 2024, I live that long, there'll be another one worse than this one. Yeah, it'll be another pandemic, some other virus or something that's going to take off by 2023 and run up into 2024. You know what I'm saying? That'll be at least twice as bad as this one is. Guaranteed. Mark it down on your calendars, people. Like the old Egyptian pharaoh said, so let it be said, so let it be written, or whatever the hell he used to say. See, there's a lot of people that's have got that stuff. But you wait to the next one. See, they've had plagues and this, that, and the other where there's 30 and 60 and 80 million, 600 million people died. They claimed that during the Black Death, of course, they didn't keep very good records, but they said there was over 600 million people. 600 million died in Europe. Yeah, from the Black Death. And of course, now United States, 260 something thousand. I mean, can you imagine 250 million dying? If you change that from thousands to millions, okay, there's a billion and a half people in China. What if they had 100 million die in China? We really need to get that WHO, which we stepped out of, what we're going to step back into. They need another, since people can travel a lot faster and get around the world a lot quicker, the diseases can spread a lot faster. Yeah, one person's too damn many to die of the plague. I'll tell you that right now. I don't want to be that one person either. Yes, it does get worse and worse each day. It does. But all I'm saying, as we can travel faster around the world, the diseases and the plagues and the famines and all can travel just as fast. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, a long time ago, a disease couldn't go from town to town no faster than you can walk. You see what I'm saying? Now, hell, it can be across the damn country in 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? You get somebody in L.A., in let's say, Kennedy Airport in New York or wherever the hell New York, and in LAX, because I flew into that a lot of places, that could be there in 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. You see what I'm saying? Hell, if they had the Concorde, it'd be there an hour and a half. It's just like as fast as the mail could travel. But I guarantee you there'll be another one within 3 to 4 years after we get this one handled. And it won't be no longer than 2025. Yeah, I guarantee it. If we go back in history, and you can go back in history, we've had some kind of disease about every 10 years. Polio, smallpox, all kinds of, TB. I mean, come on, blah, 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 blah. About every 10 years, something like that trots across our screen. Hey, CR. But I mean, we've got to, as a human race, we've got to put a handle on it, and we got to pay attention. It ain't nobody's fault. You can't blame China. You can't blame. It's the human race. And as we have global warming and the climate change or the damn heating up, the ice sheets and the ice is melting that trapped all these viruses and stuff under the ice for millions of years. I believe that's what's killing off the damn dinosaurs way before that damn rock fell from heaven. Get me to ranting here. I'll go crazy on you. Sharon, excuse me. Oh. There's a lot of people. I mean, we've got to pay attention. When they tell us to wear a mask and gloves, you're a damn idiot not to wear a mask and gloves. And I'm not saying for yourself. Help you want to kill yourself, go for it. But I don't want to kill somebody's grandma, grandpa, little old 6-month-old baby. I don't want to be holding one of my great grandkids and me have COVID and didn't know it and give it to that baby. Or I don't want to be hugging my 3-year-old great whatever, or even my granddaughter that's 30 years old and she have COVID and give it to me either. I want to feel safe in my own damn home anymore. And we're not getting that. We're getting bullshit from our governments all over the world, not just in America. We're getting bullshit from them. And I mean, President Trump was right. First damn thing, he's still your president. You should respect him and respect the ones coming in. But he's right. He didn't want to panic the people because people panic. Look at that panic buying and shit. Well, I can get to ranting and a raving limited. Don't take me long, but we've got to pay attention and protect ourselves. I'll tell you what, we need to start making hazmat suits for ourselves. I've got a hazmat suit I could dig out, and I've got a solar now fan system instead of the old battery system. See, we didn't have solar back when I had the hazmat suit. But I bought 2 of them. I'm going to attach it, to my breathing apparatus. You can make one your damn self. We used to tear ours in the back where the hose was at. And we used duct tape to tape it up. Well, hell, ain't you got a leftover? You can buy that flexible hose and make your own hoodie and a face shield and that solar fan. It's got filters. Mine's got filters on. and filter your air. And everybody's going to start walking around in hazmat suits. I read the funniest damn thing. I think it was on Facebook. I fell over. Let me see. It's what somebody else said. You bet. If you went to Mars, wouldn't you wear a damn like an astronaut suit? So we're gonna have to start wearing something when we go out of here. I'm gonna make me one. Yeah, and go stop by where the hell is that place? William and Sherman Williams, that paint suits and the disposable paint suits. Yeah. What was I going to say? But we need to do something. Oh, on Facebook, I read this and I about fell out. I laughed my ass off. About died. They're telling young people now to wear a mask when they have sex. You can't even get them to wear a damn condom, damn mask. I thought to my fella, that's part of their attire now is along with a condom is wear a mask when you have sex. Well, the hell, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? Like, got to go through that too damn much work. I just forget it. Like, okay. I still laugh. Like, really? I mean, that's really intimate. You can't, wearing a mask and social distance and everything else. Well, that even makes no sense. But I laughed. I thought it was funny. Pass me the KY jelly. Pass me the hand sanitizer. Woo! I'm telling you, it's getting bad here. I forget who put that up, Holly or something like that. Well, she put that up there. The kid's cousin. I thought that was funny now. Yeah, don't pass the KY jelly, pass the hand sanitizer. Yeah, that's funny now. My Thanksgiving was great, and I hope everybody else was too. Be kind and considerate to others. And you got to learn to laugh. It's just like that. When that came by, it was a little cartoon that she made up, and it had two people in bed, whatever. And they both had masks on and whatever. And I mean, it was sort of funny. I like, really? I said, that's plumb funny. Yeah. But that's what's happening to the world. It's just, you got to laugh a little bit. Oops. But the point about it is, I'm serious. You got to protect yourself, your loved ones. You wouldn't want to be stubborn and arrogant and I don't need a mask, this, that, and other. Then you go get it. You're asymptomatic, and then would you take it home to grandma and grandpa? Really, you want to kill your parents off or your grandparents off? It's because you're too damn arrogant and not wear a mask? You wear a mask, gloves and stuff to protect yourself and to protect others. When I worked in the lab and we had outside air that we hooked up to, just hooked up to your overhead air, and you had your whole suit on. Boy, if you punctured a hole in that suit and everything else, it was bad. A friend of mine, he used to work at Kerr McGee, Karen Silkwood down here at the plutonium plant. And he punctured his suit once. He was telling me because he's used to wearing a suit too. And he was contaminated. Years later he died of cancer. But the point about it is, radiation or the plutonium that he was messing with, and then the viruses and stuff that I was messing with, like anthrax and shit like that, and all kinds of damn things. It's like when they brought that Ebola over. You have to research it and this, that, and the other. But you don't go out there and play like an idiot. Toss a bomb. I used to work when I was a kid. Used to work in a bomb factory down in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. That's what was that between. It was in Arlington, right between Fort Worth and Dallas. And you wouldn't, there was unlive bombs, but you wouldn't be playing catch with a damn bomb, would you? I don't know. And another thing, everybody's listening, I guess, you got to, care for one another. What does the Bible say about tea things? I guess TI things. I don't understand what that meant. Run it back against me, maybe break it down a little bit more. The Bible says basically you're on earth to serve God and serve one another. You ain't really here to serve yourself, I'll tell you that. That's called selfishness. Yeah. But, God provided, it says, if you keep his rules and regulations and everything else, he'll protect you. But he also gave you common sense. Don't put yourself in harm's way either. I don't type. I use that voice analyzer, and half the time it says the wrong damn thing. But you've got to think, would you want to kill your kid? Would you want to kill your grandkid? Would you want them to kill you? No. There's so much. I mean, I ain't done. I'd rather die than them because hell, I've lived my life. But I've got a lot more to contribute. And I know everybody here on this side panel has got more to contribute. The reason you're still alive is basically God ain't done with you yet. There's something that basically he wants you to do. I don't care if it's helping somebody in 10, 15 years get across the street. He's got a plan. And we should have a plan on this coronavirus. I mean, you don't have to be the best person in the world, know how to take your gloves off properly and fold them inside out and double mask and and all this stuff. I got this hand sanitizer. I take my spray all my gloves down. I'll spray it across my face and down my deal, and start taking the stuff off and bagging it. It's just like, okay, you bag it. Now, if you took a shot in a hospital, they got a contamination bag, the little symbols on. Excuse me. But you're putting your mask, your gloves in the damn trash at the 7-Eleven, the grocery store, your own trash. You see what I'm saying? Hell, we should have a damn, what they call that damn thing, where you burn it. What is it? What do they call that damn thing? It's like you open the door, throw it in. What do they call that? Furnace. Yeah. To burn your damn contamination shit. Hell, they burnt the Jews, didn't they? We can't build one of them. Oh, what happened to my damn phone here? Gotta fix this. Baby, hang on here. And we call ourselves preppers. We call ourselves homesteaders. We call ourselves all these names. What we should be is called us human race, and we're trying to survive on a planet that's fighting back. Yeah, just like Avatar, it's fighting back. Because why? We've abused it. We've overused it. We have no consideration for it. You see what I'm getting at? You can't blame. It's like put a bunch of rats in a crowded cage. Well, they start killing one another. You see what I'm saying? Hives are burning. Ooh. Well, but I was talking to that prepper woman today. I can't see across the room, so you know how that goes. She was blaming, basically, like not using proper etiquette and all this other stuff. Well, damn it, people do get mad. I mean, I get frustrated. And if you ain't said you ain't got frustrated over this COVID crap, you're sort of like irritated at your government, and I'm talking hell, it don't matter if it's America, France, Germany, whatever. I think the only one that I'd be a little bit proud of is Australia. Now, Australia had 9 cases. They shut the whole damn country down. And now they ain't got no cases. but they don't let nobody come in or anything. You know what I'm saying? So the world gets better. They just pull back from everything. See, they didn't build the China Wall to keep the Chinese in. They built the China Wall to keep the infidels and the other people out. You see what I'm saying? That's like a prison. Now, prison, they build the fence on a prison to keep them in. You see what I'm saying? Not to keep you out, but keep them in. But the point about it is, society as a whole could do a lot better about controlling. And everybody said, well, now you're talking communism or whatever. No, you're talking common sense. You know, it still should be a free America, you know, and they shouldn't tread on my rights. And that's true. I mean, you know. No, the Bible says that you should pray for your leaders. It didn't say you couldn't be upset about them. It says you should pray for them because they're fallible too. They're just human beings. You know what I'm saying? And they could be misled or misinterpreted or whatever. You pray for your leaders. You try to lift them up. That's what I said. Even though I wouldn't have agreed with President Trump, I still respected him. He's your president. And I still respect him now. Do I agree with some of his actions and this, that, and other? No, I don't think he thought it all the way through. But I do respect him because he is your leader. And I did a lot of praying for him. And still do, because he's still your leader. But I'm going to pray for that next one coming in too. Yeah, I'm mad at COVID-19 as a disease, and I'm mad at basically myself and everybody for not taking it seriously. And I'm the number one fault because you can only be responsible for yourself. If you see what I'm saying? First thing you need to get mad about is yourself. I can do a better job. And everybody on this side panel, you can say this. You can do a better job. You see what I'm saying? We can do better. As a human race, we can do better. I don't care if anybody, the other day, I went somewhere and I was transferring money. That's what I was doing from one place to another. Instead of wire transferred, I was taking it, you know. So I had this money bag, or money belt, what are you going to call it? And this guy sort of made fun of me, and I didn't tell him no different. I had it right between my crotch, you know. And I think I was transporting $10,000. That wasn't much, but it was enough. And he sort of like, well, that looks ridiculous. I just smiled and went on. He didn't know that was full of money, but, you know, and I didn't want to damn sure tell him. I don't care what other people think of me. That's the number one thing. I don't care if I want to wear pink and yellow and green or whatever, or purple, red, and black. I don't care. Or an outdated shirt that's 15, 20 years old, as long as it's clean. I don't care what people say. I don't care what their attitude is towards me, because I never was one that would conform or buckle under peer pressure or any damn thing. That's always stood out by myself. It's like I always said, hell, I'll match my intelligence and my work ethics and skill right along with the best of them. But you've got to consider, okay, they do want their own agenda when they get in there. Well, Carter was peanuts because he wanted to raise the price of peanuts, and he did. He wanted only the ones that was grandfathered in to be able to grow it and sell it to the government, which he did. They all got their agenda. It's like Johnson, Nixon. Nixon was after the unions, and he busted a lot of them up. That's what I'm saying. No, I don't. No, I haven't. No, it sure don't. I'm going to tell you why. Wearing a mask does not weaken our immune system. It's just like, okay, when you're at home, are you wearing that mask? When you're just in your own yard and there's no one around you, or this, that, and the other, you're not entertaining or anything, are you wearing a mask? Uh, you're only trying to prevent one virus, one, not a germ, but a virus. Okay, but there's still germs everywhere. A lot of times the immune system gets built up over a period of years and years and years. It's just like I told my wife one time, if you don't put that boy down, because she's waiting for a boy forever, I said, so he can play in the dirt, he ain't going to have an immune system. And that's true. Let's see what I got over here. I believe that there's certain things you got to defend yourself with. Okay, parvo. You ever own a dog and they're susceptible to this disease called parvo. Parvo is in the dirt. It's like hoof and mouth disease or anthrax. It gets in the dirt. And it can stay in the dirt 20, 30 years. So if your farm or anything ever had anthrax, you couldn't bring certain things back on that farm because it was in the dirt and your animals would catch it right over again. I've seen people sell their whole damn farms and move or lose their whole damn farm because of anthrax. Because once it got in the dirt, it's just like the American mountain lion has Ebola in their systems. Let's see, there's I want to say the armadillo carries something. A lot of animals carry rabies, but the armadillo carries something else. I forget. But anyway, there's germs and stuff out there. It's like the American Indians when we came over here with smallpox. No, excuse me, it wasn't smallpox, it was syphilis. And smallpox too, but it was the first disease they brought over here was syphilis. And then they didn't have an immune system to it. Hell, they was lactose intolerant. Most American Indians are lactose intolerant. Leprosy, okay. Armadillos, okay. The point about it is, there's a lot of diseases and germs and everything else. Well, some of them we can fight off because of our immune system. But there's a lot of them that we can't fight off without having to have a vaccine. Now, during the plague, there was a village over in Germany. I believe it was in Germany. They were pretty well immune to the Black Plague. And to this day, their descendants on a lot of diseases, they're immune to them because of the hereditary coming down the pike. They got immune to a lot of diseases. Well, where is... I don't need no irritability tonight, people. So whoever's got a wrench, block that person that I just took off. I mean, if you want to talk common sense, fine. If you want to irritate me, go to hell somewhere else. Because hell, I'm not making no money off your dime anyway. Yeah, my people came over in 1636, but that's another story. And they came over on the ship Jonah. Look it up. Google, damn it. I got the paperwork to prove it. But that's irrelevant. When it comes down to trying to protect yourself and others, trying to be a prepper, trying to be a damn good citizen to America, it's up to you. It's up to you how good you want to treat others. It's good how good you want to be a prepper. Now, if you don't know how or this, that, and the other, there's a lot of books, there's a lot of videos, there's a lot of everything to make you a better person. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I'd have blocked them. uh, that's what I'm saying. Okay, okay. I've been a prepper for years and years and years and years. I've got a bunch of stuff that went bad over and over again. Uh, I had a charge. No, it was a charge controller. It was well, the one that turns DC into AC converter. I bought this converter and I put it on the shelf and I kept it for 10, 15 years. That's probably when the converters just practically came out. So one day I decided to get it out of the box and all that stuff. You know, I kept it so damn long it died of old age. It wouldn't work. That's what I'm getting at. Now, food is a different problem. I've got a bunch of food that I probably need to can and throw away. It's already it's a homemade can. It's already canned up. But I thought to myself, well, it's about 5 or 6 years old, but it'd be better than eating grass or wood or sticks. I mean, even though the nutrition wouldn't quite be at that level, and it probably would taste a little old. You know what I'm saying? Food does get taste old. Yeah, we can all do a little bit better. I think, it's like when that young man and woman they live across the way. They don't live in my addition, but they live across there, but are always coming and checking on me. I think I got acquainted with them when she was pregnant with that baby. Whatever. But anyway, when they had that baby, it was right in the middle of the pandemic. I bought her some clothes and some other things, but I made sure they had toilet paper, paper towels, handy wipes, mainly for that baby. I gave him some baby oil, some baby products that I'd had. You know, he worked at Hobby Lobby, and I can't say he made a whole bunch of money working at Hobby Lobby. So they were young people, but they've been real good. They would bring my trash can back, or even they'd come and say, "Hey, do you want me to take your trash can out to the curb?" And they do all that kind of stuff for me. So they were nice to me, and I was nice to them. I don't like people just using people. Using person. There's a brand of users and givers and takers. It's sort of a trade off there. I was helping them, and they were helping me. You know. And I didn't give them no money. I bought odds and end things for them. She'd run low with something, like whatever it was. I got that. She didn't try to make a habit of it, and I didn't make a habit pestering them. I probably, if I didn't see them in passing, you don't want to burn your welcome out either. Do like, oh, I'm up on your doorstep every day either. I'd say hi to them or whatever. And if I was going out of town, I'd give them a call and say, hey, could you keep an eye on the place? And then when the ice storm came, they said, we're going to go up to my mom's and stay until the electric comes back on. I said, well, I'll keep an eye on your place. Well, you can have your opinion, choo-choo. It's not the idea of talking bad about your government. You can have your opinion about them. I would tell you what, I would be real careful nowadays uh, about saying certain things over the internet. Like because I wouldn't want to be considered a treasonous or some crazy nut. You know what I'm saying? I wish nobody no harm or nothing like that. But you can still have your opinion if you don't like how it's going. The government can only help you so far. Look what happened to Katrina. Katrina was a big hurricane that came down through Texas and Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, and all that. Well, the Astrodome or whatever it was, they was in that thing about 2 weeks before the government ever moved in to help. You see what I'm saying? So the government, FEMA, it took them a while to get motivated. But your government, I give them respect, but I also, like I said, did Trump do a lot of things wrong with the one before him and so on and so forth? I go back to George Washington. But the point about it is, you have to look and see what kind of motivation they've got. And they're only good as the people that surround them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they'd be like me. Okay, I know a lot about biology, but okay, astrophysicist. When it comes to the stars, moons, and all that stuff, well, I better get me a damn hold of an astrophysicist. You know what I'm saying? Or a whole bunch of other things. I mean, if you only know one field, and that's usually what they know, he was a businessman, then you need to get, other people around you that basically knows more than you do. And trust science. Yeah, that guy's back. We need to block him. Can anybody block him? How are we going to do that? How do we block him? No. I think that did it. Maybe. We'll give it a shot. How do I? Oh, I know how to do it. You go to their channel, but I have to. Can somebody go to their channel and it's got a wrench and go block him? That'll get rid of him. Yeah, it's just irritable stuff. It's probably some damn dumbass. And there's a lot of that going on. Really, if you can't be constructive on here, this, that, and the other, like I don't think I'd ever put up a GoFundMe because I don't need no help, good Lord willing. I don't think I want a Patreon, no. Now, I wouldn't mind being monetized because I'd be getting my money or any money at all off of YouTube, a corporation company. And they're using your channel as advertisement. I understand that. Thank you, Choo Choo. But the point about it is it's just common sense, courtesy, now, I can't see where the president's helped me that much. I like the fair trade deal. We're just going to use Trump because I ain't got nothing against the man. I ain't never going to meet him. I ain't going to go play golf with him. But that fair trade to China, I thought that was a good deal. Now, getting out of the WHO, I don't think so. Getting out of that nuclear pact with Iran and them, I think we should have stayed in France. But like I said, what do we know about stuff like that? Maybe 1% of it, maybe 5 at the most. I mean, they get a briefing every day about the world. Do we get a briefing every day? We can watch ABC, NBC, CBS, BBC news, but we don't get a personalized briefing on what's going on in the world. You see what I'm saying? I barely take care of my own business. And a lot of it we shouldn't even know about anyway. I think everybody had too much. I ate too much meatloaf. I had 2 big old pieces. And like I said, Chris bought me a candy bar, but I'm going to check my sugar before I eat it. I think the point about it is there's a lot of people on YouTube, and we're all on YouTube. A lot of people, they're trying to make money. That's their source of income. I ain't got nothing against it. I had a lot of enterprising things when I was young, working, painting houses and remodeling them, selling them back to Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac. I'd buy a lot of low-income houses and fix them back up and resell them. You know, I mean, I understand trying to make a living, this, that, and the other, as long as you ain't using other people. You know, mooching money off of grandma and grandpa that they barely can pay their damn light bills, a little bit below what I'd be my standards, I think. Cindy Lynn, hello. Okay. I don't try to upset people, but I ain't gonna be a pushover either. You know, choo choo. I'm not gonna be a pushover. You know, or anybody. You know, I'm not gonna put up with bullshit. I don't have to. It doesn't matter. People that's a moron. To me, they make a channel up. This is what gets me all the time. And then just to be taken down. I mean, I've got better things to do. And like I said, wash your hair in the rain and all this. That song that blows my mind. Thanksgiving, I think it's going to get a little hairy around Christmas. I think you got people pressured that wants to buy for their family. They ain't got no money. Their unemployment ran out. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, it's going to be a little hairy. That's what I'm getting at. I mean, I feel sorry for a lot of people, but who am I? I can't help the damn world. You know what I'm saying? The point about it is, and it ain't their fault this time. I can see if a person too damn lazy to work, well, they need to starve. But it ain't, there's no jobs. Even if they had a job, their job is shut down because of the COVID. Let's say they worked at a restaurant, you know, okay. You know, they're a waiter. They ain't getting no more tips, you know, or a waitress. You know what I'm saying? There's other people, other things too. It's just, it ain't their fault this time, you know. And whose fault is it? Well, back on to basically, hopefully they were preppers and they can make it a few months. You know, it's just like hopefully their house is paid for, their car is paid for. But there's so many people that it ain't, you know. I just, like I said, we've got to get something started like the WPA where everybody worked back during the Depression last time that they had road work, bridges started up, all kinds of odds and end things. Our infrastructure is pretty bad. We could start building roads and stuff again. The government's going to have to come and lose some money. But I think just giving them the damn money ain't going to help them as it would get them a job, make them be creative, get them out there in the workforce. You know, jobs create jobs. If you want to believe that, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, that's just like President Trump was right about that. Of course, the rich does need to hire people, this, that, and the other. But you got to be able to not be greedy. You know, greed is a bad thing because they say, well, hell, I can get somebody to do that for $1.50. No, I think you need to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. That's my opinion. Well, that's what I said. If you gave everybody $15 an hour minimum wage, then they could buy more, spend more, this, that, and the other. They have a little extra besides barely paying the rent, barely paying their car payments, insurance, and stuff like that. They don't have no money left. They don't have half the time have money to cover up all that they got already. Your favorite word, huh? CR, you're a prepper. I think you've been a prepper for quite a while. I believe you're a prepper, if I can remember right. Don't trust my memory. Hell, I can't read it half the damn time because of all this mind trouble I've had before. Look at the old scar right there. probably where they took a tumor out behind his eyeball. Let's look at that right here. Uh, well, it's all right. I've had my own businesses. I've worked for the other fella. I mean, I've worked for the government. I've done a bunch of stuff, odds and ends. I think what it is it's the biggest mistake that uh, things happen is they give an 18-year-old a credit card. Hell, I wouldn't trust an 18-year-old to go pick up my damn laundry. You see what I'm saying? Their frontal lobe ain't even developed till they're 25. So they've had no skill of managing money, paying their bills, and this, that, and the other at the age of 18. You see what I'm saying? So 9 times out of 10, they run up a great big credit card bill and they can't pay it. So they file bankruptcy or whatever. It's a gimmick. You shouldn't give a credit card to a person till they're 25. Yeah, that should be mandatory government. You see what I'm saying? Basically, they shouldn't even have give them alcohol till they're 25. You see what I'm saying? Smoking till they're 25. But I'm saying, I believe that we could do better with our youth. I think education should be free. Period. Same way with medical. I think medical should be free. Hospitalization, medicine, this, that, and the other. You can't work. You can't be a productive country when you can't keep them healthy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, to me, in the years to come, I think 9 times out of 10, it's going to be rougher now than it ever has been in history, in my history. 100 years, let's say 100 years back. I ain't that old, but 100 years. It's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse, and it's going to get worse. People has already realized there's no such damn thing as an American dream. Okay. Used to be, and foreign countries is the same damn thing. It don't matter. People don't want you to work for that country, that company, like they did back in the 20s and the 30s. I worked there till I retired. My dad worked there till he retired. My son will work there till he retired. They don't want you working there for over 10 years. Then they want to bring somebody younger in because you get paid too much. I think we've got to be more technology savvy than any people in history. Getting on this YouTube for one thing. Yep, that's right. About credit cards, true. Your best bet is pay cash. I learned that a long time ago. Now there is some things when I was working remodeling homes and buying them, I worked on the other man's money. But like I said, they had Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac had so many houses, or the state banks had so many houses repossessed that you could get them for just little or nothing. You could turn around and borrow the money for 90 days, fix it back up, put the lights back in it, put the windows back in it, paint it up, and sell it right back. They get a Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac home loan on it. All right, it wasn't my fault that they loaned money to people that didn't have enough finances to pay for them. That was their problem. That's why Fannie Mae and Fannie Mac wouldn't belly up. But I was fixing them up and reselling them. I mean, if I could turn them back and get a buyer within 90 days, it didn't cost me zero interest. You see what I'm saying? And like, let's say if I bought one for 10,000, I sold it for 100,000. I made $90,000 profit, but that would be extreme. Most times, if I paid 30,000 for it and sold it for 60,000, I made $30,000 profit. Now, Out of that profit, I've got to. Of course, I paid the house back, paid the 30,000 back, but I had to pay all my men and the materials, and then maybe I'd walk out with 20,000. You see where I'm coming? Or 15. But that's 15. But I would do 3 or 4 houses in maybe 3 or 4 or 5, 6 houses in a 90-day span. You see what I'm saying? I had more than one house going at a time. Yeah. And then what happened, they was selling them houses just to anybody that would come up with a down payment. You know what I'm saying? They didn't care if they didn't. That was a Fatty Man, Fatty Mac didn't care if they had the finances to pay them off. They didn't care. You know, the government was reimbursing them and this, that, and the other. It was all a money scheme thing. But like I said, I was staying within the law, but that's what I'm saying. And I'll tell you another thing. That's one reason I had to see. I was born at home. I didn't have a birth certificate, so I could say I was 30 years old. But you cannot borrow money when you're past 60. The banks will not loan it to you. So therefore, you have to keep your age down to borrow money. I'm looking at my dog. That's all it's about. Now that's borrowing money without collateral. You can borrow money at 100 years old. You got collateral. But hell, if you had $1 million collateral, why in the hell would you want to borrow $1 million? You might as well use your own damn money. Yeah, shop locally. Yep, that's it. I did, like I said, nowadays, I just worry about myself, and like I said, I'm getting too old to really worry about anything. My daughter takes care of a lot of it. My son does the mowing and the tree trimming, and now since I can't get nobody to help me inside the house, he's been doing the carrying the trash out and doing the mopping and the vacuum cleaner running. Things I couldn't really do. I carry trash out, but as long as it wasn't too heavy. Credit is a great thing, but they want interest. It's be like, okay, the worst financial thing you do is just like being young. If you're 18 years old to 25, your car insurance is way up there. Except my car insurance is very minimum. My motorhome, I think, is my ambulance is $86 a year, and my bus is $125 a year. My pickup, I think, is right at $100 for every 6 months, so $200 a year, or less. That's what I said. But now, if I was 18, 20 years old, it's $300 a month. Of course, I just get liability on my own cars and stuff, and extra personal injury. I get that extra, but the main thing is, and so roadside says, I don't have full coverage. I just get liability. Hell, in 5 years, hell, I could buy another damn car, but full coverage costs you a lot more. And mine's old cars anyway. I quit buying brand new a long time ago on cars. That's the truth. How many people are going to use their credit cards for Christmas? Yeah. And they really shut down right now because they ain't even got a job or anything else. So you're going to go out there and use your credit card to buy Christmas. You see what I'm saying? In other words, make a bill or raise your bill up. Yeah. How many people's going to do that? Do you think there's going to be a lot of people do that this year since they've not had really a steady job or been laid off or this, that, and others still want to buy Christmas for their families? You see what I'm getting at? How many people's going to be stealing and robbing and killing for Christmas? Oh, that's a real good idea. Let me just go steal something for Christmas. That's the Christmas spirit. Jesus' birth and you're going to go rob. But how many people are going to use their credit cards? More than you imagine. I don't. I got a PayPal card, and then I also got a credit card, which is a debit card. I really don't want to credit anything, and I'm not got anything on my buying. So, are you going to do it, CR? Are you going to put everything on your credit card? Or are you just going to say, well, I can't buy as much as I did last year? You see what I'm saying? That's what your best bet. Let's say you got few people to buy for. Yes, thank God. I owe a lot to the Lord more than just a business doing good. But I understand that, choo. I mean, without God, we wouldn't make it very far at all. But how many people, they're not doing as well, and then they won't buy their kids something or their wife something for Christmas, and they put it on a card. And let's say it was $100, but they'll pay $125 to $150 for that $100 item. It's all a gimmick. Yeah, I agree with that. I ain't buying credit. Nope, I don't want no credit. Thank you just the same. Like I said, I've been very fortunate. I retired with a little bit, and I've got pension and Social Security and everything else coming in. I'm pretty well okay. And to me, I'm really not going to spend all that much on relatives' Christmas. I'll be honest with you. Get to know, like, okay, I got one that likes to read a book, and I'm gonna get them a real good book. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be more personal to what they want, what they need. They don't need high dollar stuff. Yeah, the taxes on things outrageous. Sin tax on cigarettes, alcohol, all that stuff. Clothes, they tax them death. Some clothes ain't worth buying them. I bought a jacket, paid $25, probably $30 tax and all, and it came from Indonesia. I'm sure it's 12-year-old kid sold the damn thing. Poor sweatshop. Ties to the church. I don't believe in ties. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the Bible, that was something that the Catholics came out with in the 12th century, I believe it was. You can look it up. But the tithes were for the Jews. I know this for a fact because besides my wife being a Jew, I read the book. The Levite tribe, Chewy, and I hope I pronounce it right. Let's see. Okay, the Levi tribe did not get land. They were to govern our moral uh, sense of being. That's so they didn't give them any property. They was the rest of the tribes, the 11 tribes, paid tithes into the church, what was distributed amongst the Levites. Okay, first you have to be a Jew. I'm not. My kids are, of course, because the Jew line hands down through the female. Okay, then you got to be from the Levi tribe. Okay, now to collect tithes, they got to be from the Levi tribe. Your minister just wants you to hand out the plate. He's got to be from the Levi tribe, and he's got there's so for he's not even authorized to collect tithes because he's not Jewish. He's not from the Levi tribe, and you see what I'm saying? And yes, I believe you keep it. You give donations to your church to keep the light bill on. To help the poor and the widows and the orphans. Yeah, but it's not in the form of a tithe. And everybody said it was 10%. No, it's one of nine. Basically, if you read it correctly, it's one of nine. But they moved it up to 10%. But the point about it is that started in the 12th century for the Gentiles. You see what I'm saying? The Catholic Church wanted money. You see what I'm saying? And that was the most corrupt place people than there is, and they're still having trouble with their sexual problems now. But not all of them, but a few of them. But the point about it is, tithes or something it's just like taxes. Do you know who started the first taxes? Yeah, it was Joseph. Yeah, the one that went to Egypt and become the second under the Pharaoh. He was the one that started the taxes, and that was one of five. You had to pay 1/5, and it's still you can check the Egyptian tax roll, and it's still one of five, and that started through Joseph. It's just It's just like I used to do a lot of things, and I used to go when my wife worked. They had it up at the hospital. They had a tree there, and me and her every year we go get to the tree and pick out one of them little cards, and we would help a family. And what you did is you made sure they had a Christmas dinner. You know, you buy them all the fixings for a Christmas dinner, and they either had one or two little kids. Most generally, they just had one, and you'd buy or two or three kids. And like I said, I always bought them bicycles. A little old 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14-year-old kid. Usually they could use a bicycle. You see what I'm saying? But usually I think it was 12 years old. It was 12 and under. That's what the kids were. And like I said, that was a good way to, if you want to help somebody, that's basically it. Then I moved to my neighborhood. You know, at first it says you help yourself, you help your family, you help your relatives that surround you, you help your neighbors that surround you, then you venture out. You help the people in your city, your town, your county, and then the state, and then the government, move on out. So therefore, I just started helping people around here. Like when the COVID hit, I helped them people across, the young couple across there. I know, I bought them newborn diapers. I mean, they was having it rough, and I knew they were my neighbors, and I knew that they just, he wasn't working, and she was unable. She just had that kid, and I mean, you got to help people, but you can't be used. Using somebody's different than helping somebody. Well, like I said, it's just kindness and consideration for others. Now, that's like I said, I've helped them young kids, and they helped me. Uh, they helped me get some of the brush pulled out of the driveway so I could get out. I mean, he was young, healthy, 24 or 25 years old. He's young. And, and just odds and end things, I kept an eye on their house. I called him when the power got back on, and he acted like he was glad to get back home because he didn't like staying, I guess, with his mother-in-law. But anyway, things like that. I mean, yeah, see, he's been a prepper for a while, and he's got a good channel. I don't, I hate this couple of them I watch. And I don't say maybe I hate them. I don't agree with them. Let's put it that way. I don't like the scare tactics. Some of these preppers, and I could name two of them. One coming from Canada, and the other one's American guy in Tennessee, I believe it is. But they use the scare tactics. There's no sense scaring somebody. Well, thank you. I mean, I'm a prepper, and I'm not going to scare people. Oh, they're going to come and start robbing and killing you and shooting you in their house, and there's going to be another civil war and all this stuff. You got all your guns and ammo. No. The point about it is you can't scare people into being a prepper. Of course, they scare them so they'll, watch their channel and buy their junk. I told that story about skinning a hog with a bent over tuna can. Back when we lived in the hobo jungle. You know, they want you to buy a $500 knife to to use. Well, you can get by a little cheaper. I've had to in my lifetime. You know, I mean, I'd love to have the $500 knife, but I don't think I need to buy a $500 knife when I need to spend my money on something else, like catch my bills up and this, that, and the other. I don't think it'll last a lifetime. Well, the city dump's got plenty of tuna cans. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I know for a fact that if it does get bad, it'll never get bad where the United States crashes. Not my lifetime, not my kids' lifetime, and not my grandkids' lifetime. Now, are we going to have some hard times? Yeah, we've already had some of them. We went through about what the hard times are about. Now, could it get a little rougher? Yeah. But I look for it to start getting a little better because the vaccine is out there from 3 different countries that the Americans going to use. Now, there's other countries that's got more, like Russia's already vaccinating. They come up with their own vaccine. China's got one. And that makes 5. So there's probably 2 or 3 more out there. The point about it is, if you're going to help somebody, and if you're just going to, like that one guy that comes from Canada, he said he's got a business now, and he's got his own logo, and he's got his own a line of stuff. Well, yay for him. I'm proud of him. But don't use scare tactics to get it. You're going to die if you don't buy this certain gun and a certain bullet. You're going to die if you don't put up this, that, and the other. Yeah, come on now. Don't scare people. That's like the preacher. I won't listen to a preacher 5 seconds. You're going to go to hell. First thing, he ain't the one that judges. God does. And no man can tell another man that he's going to hell. They use that scare tactic. Repent, or you're going to hell. Don't use that. It won't work. Because you're not the one. I told a preacher one time, he didn't like me, and I didn't care to him, but he said, I'm going to excommunicate me. And I said, you know what I told him? I said, first, and I got a little pissed, but I said, first damn thing, you've never read the book. You don't know what excommunicating means. And another thing, you ain't got the power to do it. Only one that can excommunicate you is God himself. Did you know that? Jesus Christ bought you with a price, but he doesn't excommunicate. Yeah. And if he doesn't excommunicate, which is set them apart from the congregation to where you're, all right, do you realize God himself would take back the devil himself? All he's got to do is repent, change his ways. So if he didn't excommunicate the devil, where in the hell is a common preacher on your neighborhood church got the power to excommunicate you? Said you didn't read the book. Maybe bad. Government's not going to take your guns away right now. I'm going to tell you that right now. They will not take your guns away here in America because of that Constitution. You have the right to bear arms, and that's more than just a gun. Did you realize that? Arms is anything to protect yourself. I don't care if a damn broken off tree limb. You see what I'm saying? You have the right to defend yourself. You see what I'm saying? And that's your God-given right. Somebody choking you, you got the right to get out of the choke. You know what I'm saying? But they're not going to take your guns away from you. They might eliminate what kind of gun you had and how it works in your hand. I mean, like a semi-automatic versus a full automatic. You see what I'm saying? But they're not going to take your guns away. Back when that was written, people had to have their guns to hunt, and they had to feed their family with them. So when the British took their guns away, they basically gave them a death sentence because they didn't have no gun to get venison or anything else. Besides, protect yourselves against the American Indians. There's still American Indians out there, at that time. So we had, that was one thing that our forefathers put into the Constitution. Now, do we need a gun? Probably not. Do I have a gun? Probably. I'm not going to tell you how many guns. Like I said, I don't show you my guns and bullets on this damn channel. I don't think it's going to do any good. The point about it is, and I don't want the government to know how much I got. The point about it is, everybody's, some of these people are using these preppers, and CR can vouch for this. They're using it as a scare tactic. The government's going to do this to you. The government's going to do that. The government ain't going to do much but collect the damn money. That's all they're into, if you want to know the damn truth. That's just like President Trump's trying to get money collected up to fight his legal battle. Well, he ain't even using that money. He's trying to pay off that $400 million. And he's going straight to his campaign debts. He knows he's lost. He just ain't told the people yet because they quit giving him money. And he's going to collect a bunch more money when he tries to run for 2024. To me, Choo-Choo, if you're not hurting anybody by buying guns, this, that, and the other, and your wife and kids are not doing without, because you can be buying a car. It don't make no difference. If you're not making your wife and family suffer for what you decided the finances are stable enough that you can buy extra, whether it's a gun or a car or a motorcycle, whatever it is, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. Your family comes first. Now, yes, there is a deal for you buy to protect your family. I bought insurance when I was young to protect my kids, because they needed insurance. It's just, okay, you buy a gun, so you might get some marauder beating on your door, and you might need to defend yourself. That's the way I look at it. It's just being compassionate, keeping a level head. A gun, I've got a gun over here. I was going to tell you what kind of thing. I've got a gun over here, and it's a handgun. And it ain't nothing but a damn paperweight until I need it to defend myself. See, a lot of people, I believe the police department needs to be retrained. Now, listen to this before you start going off. There should be a better way than using deadly force. There was in Oklahoma, I'm going to tell you about this one kid. He was 15. He robbed the store. He went back to rob it again. And, of course, that's when the conflict hit up with the 4 or 5 police officers. But the kid had laid down the gun, raised his shirt, and then they shot him. Okay, he really was surrendering, and they knew it. But not only one shot, all 5 of them did. They shot at least 25 shells, shots out. Okay, to me, that was murder. These police officers need to quit thinking the only way to arrest somebody is use deadly force. And a lot of them get gung-ho. You know what I'm saying about gung-ho? Okay, you don't have to kill somebody just to prove you're a tougher dude. Okay, it's not the military. Okay, these are American citizens, even though they're doing illegal things, now mind you. But when you're in the military, you're trained to kill. They cannot use this on the American public. Because they could have shot him in the leg. They could have used a taser. They could have used a whole bunch of other things. You see what I'm getting at? No, these cops, and I've seen them, they get the buddy system, then they have a drop gun and all. They're as crooked as a snake. But the problem of it is, it took 2 or 3 of them are crooked. All 5 of them, all of them should be fired and put for murder. But you can't just go around and keep killing the people. Of course, he was Hispanic.
But you find out they arrest white people that commit crimes just as bad as black people or Hispanics. But they seem to shoot 2-to-1 ethnic groups versus a white person. So is there some type of prejudice there? I have no idea. If you travel like I've traveled, you're the damn ethnic group when you go to, let's say, go to India. You're the only white dude. Rest of them from India. You go to Vietnam, they're Vietnamese. China, they're Chinese. You go to Mexico, they're all Mexicans. You know, you're the one that stands out as being a minority. You know, I don't understand where you think one race is more superior than others. You know, I don't believe that. I never will believe that. And like I said, you get people, are they sick of their job where they just sick of people that they just want to kill somebody? You know, they have to practice once a month and qualify, I think, once to every 3 months. You know what I'm saying? I think they need to reevaluate it because I think if they start charging some of these with murder 1, you know, or at least murder 2, not premeditated, but maybe murder, they would stop some of that, you'd think, before you shot. Well, they teach you in the military to defend yourself and uphold the Constitution against foreign and domestic. The point about it is, I don't think we need to bring out drones to start shooting our American citizens. The military, even the, what is the name of that damn thing? National Guard, they don't need to be called out so much for break up rioting and this, that, and the other is versus the police. Now, the National Guard needs to come up and help build up levees and stuff like fill up sandbags, evacuate people, this, that, and the other. You cannot have your American military shooting your American citizens. That will, I mean, do you think that military guy is going to kill grandma and grandpa from protesting? Or their aunt, their uncle, their sister, their brother out there protesting? You know, you would have chaos. You know, you know, that's what you'd have in the system. You'd have nothing but chaos. You know, high hydra. You know what I'm saying? My dog's over there. I believe what they need to do, like I said, there was no need. If you'd watch that video from Oklahoma, there's no need of shooting that kid. He's 15 years old. Yeah, did he make his mistake? Yeah, did he need to go to pen for 5 or 6 years or something? Yeah, but he didn't deserve to die. That's what I'm saying. He hadn't shot anybody or anything else. He did use a gun, robbed by gunpoint. But the point about it is he didn't really deserve that. Yeah, think about it. If it was your kid, ain't your kids? I don't know how old you people are still watching, but haven't you made mistakes? Hell, I made a million of them. Haven't your kids made mistakes? Hell, I know my kids made a bunch of them. I believe that, like I said, in the years to come, they're going to have to get a handle on the police department. That's a given. And they need to bust some of that crap up. They need to break down that superiority. They have a superiority complex. It's like an entitlement. If I shoot somebody, well, hell, it'll sweep it under the rug or whatever. No, when you actually take somebody's life, you should be held to the same responsibility and same judgment as anybody else that take another person's life. Was it justified? And I mean, be really strict on the justification. You see what I'm saying? Now, you're already in a hyped up situation. You probably didn't cause it, they caused it. So that's part of it. But you've got to be where have you ever killed anybody? Let's put it that way. It's something you ain't gonna forget real easy. You see what I'm saying? And the older you get, uh, you have to bring all that up before God. You know what I'm saying? Now, should you stand there and let him kill you? No. But you got to be really super justified. And I know they can't take 2 days to figure it out where they're going to shoot or not shoot. But I believe in a situation besides a war, I would really, really stop and think, I'd have to be damn clear he's pointing a gun at me to kill me. You see what I'm saying? Now, in a war, yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to point that gun and they're going to shoot you. Another thing you do in a war, you don't say, now, you need to quit. I got a gun. You see what I'm saying? I've got a gun. You know what I'm saying? You don't do that in a war. You just start shooting. They'll figure out you got a gun. You know what I'm saying? That's like somebody breaks into my house. I'm not gonna say, I got a gun. You better not come in here. I got a gun. No, I'm gonna start shooting through that door, like, but I'm gonna make sure it ain't the police. You know what I'm saying? The point about it is, if we don't have compassion for others, that's what we're lacking. We have no compassion. We watch too damn many and played too damn many games. It's not a game to kill somebody. We played too many games on TV and, the little game boards and all that stuff, they're like Doom or whatever, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up, shoot 'em up. Well, it ain't that way in real life, The point about it is you've got to really justify what you're doing for yourself. You come into this world by yourself, you die by yourself, and you get judged by yourself. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, what kind of person do you want to be? Regardless of all the mistakes you've made in life, what kind of person do you want to be? And and that'll dictate to your actions. Everybody wants to be a better person than their dad was and their mom was. They want to be better. And your parents want you better. They want you to have a better life, a better income, a better way of life. You see what I'm coming at? But you want to be a better person. Most abused families abuse their children when they were abused. You got to break that cycle up. But the point about it is, you can be a better person. But you got to put God first. That's number one. If you don't put God first, you're in trouble. But you can think of a better way. I ain't saying you can't be a pushover or a pansy. I'm saying you got to stop and think. Well, thank you. But nobody wants to be robbed, and I don't want to rob nobody. I don't want to do without. I don't like the pandemic. I don't like the what they got, the doing without part. Okay, but if you would have been, let's say, if they told you in 2 years there's going to be another one worse than this one, now how are you going to react? You see what I'm saying? How are you going to react? Well, you got experience now. You've been through this pandemic. Now, what do you know what you're going to do without? Well, toilet paper was one. I got that wasn't on the shelf either. This wasn't on the shelf either. Batteries were hard to get, because the power went out. It's like an electrical storm or an ice storm or something. You know what you've been through in the past. It's like a hurricane. If you've been through one, you know what you're going to need. Well, we've been through a pandemic. We should know what we're going to need. Are we going to need? You could have bought N95 masks and stocked them up. You could have bought a whole bunch of gloves. You could have bought hazmat suit. You could have saved up and bought you, let's say a hazmat suit costs $3,000. You could have bought one for you and your wife. You see where I'm coming from? You could have put an auction, How many people have got a cleaning station as they come back into the house? Let's see. I'm gonna read stuff. Well, they should go to jail for robbing people. You ain't supposed to take other things from other people. All right. Let's say, okay, when I went to the doctor, that's the worst place to go. It ain't worse than a store. It's worse than any place except for a hospital. When I went into the doctor, I had a disposable suit on. I had a full face mask. I had a hoodie pulled over here, full face mask, like this. My gloves, double gloved. I went in there and I cut the end out of one finger because I had to check my oxygen level. It was easy to take my blood pressure. And then as soon as that was on, that one finger, I sprayed it with my alcohol right here. Here. And slipped me on another glove. I had one in my pocket. They did all they was going to do to me. I went outside. I had my garbage bag, put it on my door handle, and then I began to take off everything. You see what I'm saying? Why do you think they have them cloth booties for your shoes so you won't transfer diseases? I was going to do all that before I got back into my car. Now, let's say the next pandemic is going to be worse than this COVID. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be worse than Ebola. It's going to kill, and it's going to kill quickly. So therefore, I treated it like it was a real bad one. So I sprayed down with my alcohol solution, started taking stuff off. And there's a system about taking your stuff off. You see what I'm saying? If you take it off here, you take it all the way down. Taking your gloves off. You see what I'm saying? Start taking, when you take that layer of glove off, then you have the next one. You see what I'm saying? Because that first layer is going to go with your other layer, your preliminary taking your stuff off. The last thing you want to take off is your face mask. You see what I'm saying? Now I've wiped it down with I spray it, then I wipe it down while it's still on my face, plus around my face with handy wipes. The dog's chewing on. But I mean, you can be trained to do stuff. Let's see what we got here. I hope everybody has happy Thanksgiving. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm not the best in the world. I mean, there's better videos out there that explain exactly how to take stuff off. Take you a class. Between this pandemic and the next one to come, to take you a class. Now, on some of these preppers, I'll be honest with you, they're out here to make money, just like any other business. Your best bet sometimes is to go to a little old channel that's got 600, 500 people, and they'll tell you more than you need to know than a channel that's got 30,000 because he just wanted to make more money. It's all right to make money, but I wouldn't use a scare tactic to do it. Well, I was in the government for a very long time, and I also plug my phone back up. I worked in a lab, and then I worked in infectious diseases, like old Fauci did. You learn and read. I mean, you can learn a lot of things just reading a book, and you can watch a lot of videos now. They used to train us how to put a gas mask on. That's 6-8 weeks of training in the military before you go overseas or something. Is to how to put your equipment on and put it on fast. What equipment does for what you're going to put on. You see what I'm saying? You can, I learned how to. When my wife she's on a ventilator to keep keep her alive. I was trained so I could bring her home because she didn't want to be in a nursing home. But it was awful strenuous on me. In fact, it ended up giving me a heart attack and a stroke trying to take care of her. She was sick for 14 and a half years. The point about it is you can be trained for anything you need to be trained for. UV rays, lights, osmosis. There's a lot of things that's going to hit us. Let's say, what if it's in the water system? You know, well, if you can't, you can help people by not hurting people. You see what I'm saying? When you wear a mask and gloves and go out in the public, you're helping people. Don't think you are, but you are. You're helping people by example, and you're not making sure if you were sick, you give them anything. You see what I'm saying? I mean, you can help people in the simplest ways. Give them sound advice. Don't give them advice that you wouldn't do yourself. That's the number one rule. You see what I'm saying? And if you're going to profit off your advice, how good is that damn advice versus your profit? You see what I'm saying? Would you trust somebody that's going to make $20 profit off of you versus somebody that will tell you that whether you do it or not, it's up to you. You know what I'm saying? They're not making a profit off of it. Now that versus money versus the good sound knowledge. Watch some of them people that's got 30, 60,000 subscribers. I mean, at first they started off all right, but pretty soon they get where they, oh, you got to have this this certain type of battery charger. You got to have this certain knife. You got to have this certain clothes and all this other shit. Yeah, I worked. People want to know what I did. Okay, back in the day, me and Jerry, he was a helicopter gunnery man. But anyway, he was signed with me and him, and my job was picking up soil samples from Agent Orange and this, that, and the other, and doing lab tests on a whole bunch of different things, basically water and wastewater. Dysentery kills more peat soldiers than the gun does. Do you know that? In every war, dysentery will kill more soldiers than actually shooting a bullet at them. And like I said, then I went into working for the EPA after they came online, 30 years ago or something like that. I worked for them a short time, picking up water samples, stormwater runoff, this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. Just learned things, picked up little odds and end things. We made sure that diphtheria, all kinds of little things in the water and wastewater that you got to look at. It was what could be waterborne diseases like I can't even think, but there's all sorts of waterborne diseases and stuff you see if it was in the water, how much, let's say, it's insecticide, antibiotics, all kinds of stuff that gets dumped down the wastewater system. And they tell you don't put antibiotics in there because it goes into the fish and into everything, and it messes it all up. But basically, that's what I did for years and years and years. Of course, when I worked in the lab, I still just hair on my face. I had my own painting service. I had my own fence building company. I put money in stocks and bonds and into other companies. Let's see, I just had a bunch of things in the fire at one time. I knew eventually that I would need money, and not that I would be greedy over it, but I didn't want to work at 70, 80 years old. I still do little odds and end things. I found out that you can do, if you got a truck and a trailer or whatever, or a cargo trailer, you can start your own business called U-Ship. That you bid on a job and then you take it from point A to point B. I buy things off of auctions and resell it off of eBay or private individuals. I mean, there's always ways to make money. You buy stuff up now if you got extra money, and you'll sell it when times are good. But what you got to do nowadays is you got to have more than one thing in the fire. And if you're going to be lazy, you're going to go hungry. I'm going to tell you that. You're going to go hungry in life. So it's the point. Do you want to be, I mean, you can't cover all your bases, but it's just like prepping or anything else. If you knew you was going to be shortage on toilet paper in 6 months, try to buy 6 extra rolls. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to buy it all at one time. Let's say you go into a store and you canned meat is a good one. Buy an extra can of Spam. Buy some corn. Buy 1 or 2. I mean, 30 cents here, 80 cents there. How much money do we waste on a daily basis? You know, how much money do you think you waste on a daily basis? Well, first, if you smoke, you ain't a prepper. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You cannot be a prepper and smoke. You see what I'm saying? You can't be a prepper if you're an alcoholic. If you got any vices, you know what I'm saying? You cannot be an efficient prepper. You see what I'm saying? Because that would be number one trading thing is a trading a vice like cigarettes, alcohol, antibiotics, all kinds of little odds and end things, you know. But to be a true prepper, you can't be dependent on anything, or you're going to suffer because of it. See, I'm a diabetic, but it's my age, being a diabetic, got a little heart trouble, go with it. Okay, let's give me 18 to 24 months. If I could stay alive for 18 months, let's say 18 months, okay, I can train my kids, grandkids, and great grandkids. Now, like I said, okay, I'm going to take this one kid and I'm going to show him how to make a gasifier. So, therefore, they'd have plenty of equipment like a lawnmower, small engine generator, run a car off a gasifier. Okay, then I'm going to take another kid or an adult, whatever, and I'm going to show them all about canning and processing food and this, that, and the other. It took a lifetime to learn all this. Okay, I'm not going to expect, now my kids know a lot, but I'm not going to expect any one of them to cram 80, 90 years of learning into their brain in an emergency type situation. You know, it's just like, okay, EMPs. You can make an EMP cage out of almost everything, chicken wire, whatever. The point about it is there's certain things that's not affected by EMP. It only takes 90 watts to 45 to 90 watts to start up a laptop, like it's what I'm setting on my lap. All right, CDs are not affected by EMP, and they got no electronic parts in them. Okay, you need medical CDs. You need how to do CDs. You can have. Oh, you got plenty of movies to watch. Well, that's great. But is any of them going to be helpful when you're trying to operate on an appendicitis? You see what I'm saying? Or remove a gallbladder. Things you can do. You know, that's what I'm getting at. Well, do I ever want to do that? Hell no. But can I? Yeah. That's good. Joyce, since you quit smoking. I smoked for years. I'll be honest with you. But when I quit, I didn't even have no addictions. I mean, I didn't have no withdrawals. And I'm glad you don't smoke. That's a good one. Well, I both drank 4 ounces of wine a day because it's got that stuff, medicine in it, you know. I was going to buy the pills, and they were like $50 a month. I said, well, I can drink. I don't drink. Well, I used to be real faithful about drinking 4 ounces a day, but that's about a shot glass, a little over 2 shot glasses, I guess. But that ain't enough to give you anything, but it's got enough vitamins. But it's like eating grapes or anything else. Or berries are good. Raspberries, blueberries, stuff like that. They got that acid, folic acid stuff in it. But the point about it is, at my age, I don't intend, if it really got really, really bad, I don't intend, now God could bless me and I live for years. But if it got down to a real bad situation, I'm going to be living for others. Well, and I'm not being, martyr and all this other, I'm just saying I've lived my life and I've got grandkids and great grands and going on. I would rather see them survive by what knowledge that I could turn to them. You know what I'm saying? There's 26 plants in Oklahoma you can eat. And that ain't counting the herbs. How many medicinal herbs are there? Oh, hundreds of them. Okay, can a kid remember all that stuff? Well, I remember a lot, and then I've got books. But I know what plants are. This, that, and other. You got to keep abreast of all the latest crap. Okay, and if you can't learn it or be taught it, then you can buy a book, buy a CD-ROM. You can't. It's just like do you have a vehicle that doesn't have to have a brain? I got 2 of them. I got an old Volkswagen in the 60s. It runs off of points. And then I got my old diesel ambulance. It ain't got no brain. And I can put vegetable oil in and run it. If I had to go from here to California or from California to here, you buy a bunch of that canned heat or alcohol, and every transformer's got 5 gallons. You know what a transformer hangs upon a telephone pole? It's got 5 gallons of mineral oil in it. So therefore, I've got plenty of fuel going across country because there's usually a transformer on every corner, maybe 2 or 3 of them. You see what I'm saying? I can take that oil out of them. I cut the damn telephone pole down, and then put a can of heat in it. That yellow can of heat. They got it for diesel and gas, but it's basically alcohol. It takes the water out of it, and it also thins that oil down and puts enough to it. You can drive it. Yep. Now, is it going to last for years? Probably not. After a while, it'll gum up your truck. But hey, you're getting from point A to point B. That's true. Your parents and your parents' parents have forgot probably more than a lot of people ever learn. I ain't gonna say you, but a lot of people ever learned or ever will learn because they've been through a lot of stuff. You see what I'm saying? I can show you how to steal electricity off of the high lines, but I'm not going to. It's called static electricity. I can convert static electricity into regular alternating current, like 110 shit. Did you know that? And I'm going to show you how simple it is to do it. You take, like big bed springs used to make them out of water. Out of wire. So there, you need a go in and a going out. Okay. A transformer, your old TVs, I don't know about these flat screen shit, but your old TVs, and you can pick them up on any corner. Hell, I still got 7 or 8 of them myself. That I just didn't throw away. There's a box in there. It's a high voltage box. What it does, it takes 110 electricity and converts it into static electricity, and it runs the television. But your high lines give off, ain't you ever heard them buzz? Zzz, big old high lines? That's static electricity. They lose so much electricity going across country that they have to up the voltage and the amps to send it across. Well, what's lost is you can recover. They don't want you to do that. They've got laws against it and everything else. But if you had to, you could take one of them transformer, back it off, wire it backwards, and it'll collect that buzz off the bed springs and move it into 110 electricity. Yep. Now, let's see what else you can do with electricity. An alternator. It's DC electricity. You wire it up and it'll make AC electricity. It's like a converter, basically. But your elderly knows, they know how to can, water bath can, pressure cook can. They know how to cook the herbs and stuff like lamb's quarters, poke salad, dandelions, all kinds of stuff they've learned how to do. They even used to make chicory tea, which would make chicory coffee. But like I said, in the next years to come, we're going to have this slump and we're going to get over this one. Now listen to let me tell you what old person's going to tell you, but there's another one coming. There's another disaster. There's another epidemic. There's another pandemic. There's another plague coming. There's another social unrest coming. You know, if you don't look, what, son? All right. Go look in the past. What's happened in a few years back. Just keep going back. Okay, but every time it happens, it's that another. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. And it's getting worse. Okay, has it brought this country to its knees? Has it brought the world to its knees? No, but there's a lot of countries that it's like AIDS. There was a lot of countries that just don't. Everybody was infected. You know, we'll wait 30, 40, 50 years and they'll all be dead. Is it going to bring down some of these countries? Some of these countries are so far off back in debt that's what they really needed was this pandemic to push them over the edge. You see what I'm saying? And the problem of it is, if a government doesn't have any people to pay the taxes, the government's going to crash. Well, they've stockpiled all this money up. Now it's time to help the people get back on their feet so they can start paying the government back. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I do. I look for one before 2025. And I look for it to be twice as bad as this one. Yep. I look for it to be twice worse. And I look for it to be probably something similar to what we're going through now. I look for it to be either waterborne, like they said this is airborne. No, it ain't. It's waterborne. It's a waterborne disease, like cholera. Same damn thing. I'll tell you what, right now, we've not got an immune system against the chicken pox. Oh, so old people have. We've been vaccinated against the pox. They've eradicated it. What if it comes back? It's still in labs. To this day, it's still in the damn labs. So let's say a country decides to spread that smallpox out there again. You see what I'm saying? It ain't going to take long before it goes wild. How long would it take to get a vaccine for smallpox like they had back in the day and get it back on the public? It'd take a year, at least a year. How many people can die in a year? Because it's really infectious. It's 10, 20 times more infectious than this COVID-19. It's really infectious. I mean, it'll stay on cloth. Everything. It's like cholera. Yeah, people died of cholera. Yeah, multiple people died of cholera. Okay, there has been so many diseases that's been eradicated. Polio, leprosy. It's in certain little spots. Maybe they had a case. I think they had a case of what was that? Smallpox in, what was it? 97, I think it was. Only had one case in Indonesia, the Philippines, somewhere like that. But the point about it is, these younger people, they've not been through the infectious like we've had. We've had all kinds of infectious, polio, smallpox, chickenpox, scarlet fever. There's another one that wipes you out. Yeah. So let's say something like that hit. It don't have to be one we're not even familiar with. You know what I'm saying? It could be just one that's been there, but now it's back. Okay, we should be training ourselves and our kids and so on and so forth to where we should have a better chance at it. There's people right now that'll take their 3 or 4 year old kid into Walmart or newborn into Walmart, and they're wearing a mask, but that little kid ain't wearing a mask. It ain't. It's touching everything that goes down the hall. You okay? What if it's something like uh, smallpox or cholera or diphtheria or TB? You see what I'm saying? It. They had sanitariums back in the day, in my day, to put people when they had TB, tuberculosis in, because that was that infectious. You see what I'm saying? And they stayed in there a lifetime. They didn't get out. You know. Okay. So therefore, what if something like that hits again? You know, we are just scratching the surface of what's going to hit. And me working in a lab all them years, this, that, and other, though if there's one, there's 100 of different kinds of diseases we can get. And it's going to be a lot of them are a lot worse than this COVID-19. The year it came out was 19. COVID is like a flu or a cold. Ammonia is a COVID type disease. It's basically it's an airborne infectious disease through the spittle and stuff of your uh, throat and mouth. I mean, it's just like sexual transmitted diseases and this, that, and the other. There's blood transmitted diseases. I mean, there's all kinds of, the way it's transmitted. I mean, there's airborne is it's in the air, and this is not a true airborne disease. It is a waterborne disease. It has to have the water to transport. You suck it into your lungs, or your eyes, or any orifice in your face. Like you're gonna get it. That's what I'm saying. It's just a matter of time. Oh, the flu kills people every year, and there's so many different kinds of flu. I got the stronger strain gave to me this year, but they go on what's more out there, and then they vaccinate against that. So we've been very fortunate, very very fortunate that this COVID-19 has not mutated. Now I think it's in the stages of mutation. But it's really the flu has mutated a whole bunch of times. They got the swine flu, the Spanish flu, the old regular flu. It's like how many different kinds of colds can you catch? All right, and then they pick out the one that's more prevalent and vaccinate you against that, like the flu. Right now, we've only got the one COVID-19 that's not mutated enough. If it goes from animal to human, human to animal, we're going to be in trouble. You see what I'm saying? If it mutates, which it hasn't yet, but we need to get a handle on it before it does, because it's just like anything else. It wants to survive. You know, that's how it spreads. It's like molded bread. It'll just one little speck of mold and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, it's what they used to make vaccines out of, molded bread. Need a catalyst, like an egg is a catalyst for the flu shot. That's why they ask you, are you flu? Are you allergic to eggs? You better hope the hell you ain't. It's just like now they got to keep it 76 minus 76 below zero. They got it all figured out here. I'm just saying, get yourself prepared and educated. You don't have to be no damn Einstein. You know, water rinse of soap and water is better than this damn alcohol and peroxide solution. Keep yourself clean. keep your surfaces clean. Yeah, well, it's a spittle disease, to move through your talking and stuff. But that shit lands. Now, is it? You probably got a 10% check count on doorknobs and counters versus a 90% chance of breathing in somebody's face, but it's still spreadable that way. We know now what we should do in the years to come. You see, China used to wear a mask way before this COVID-19. Have you ever looked at some of them old newsreel that's all wearing a mask? It's because they're so densely populated that the slightest cold or whatever was easily spread. So when they went out in public, they would wear a mask. Well, that's not what we're going to be end up doing anymore. We're going to go out in public, we're going to have to wear a mask. Well, they should. They should cancel a lot of summer events. They should cancel a lot of Christmas events, Easter events. Shows is going to be one of the thing of the past. Walk-in shows, theaters. Yeah. Your restaurants are going to have a more like France and Italy and Rome. You're going to have to eat on the sidewalk, sit outside with the, sort of like back east. They have a lot of outside little areas. Like if you go to McDonald's or Sonic or whatever, you're going to have to be sitting in your car, or you'll have an outside setting area. They won't have no inside restaurants anymore. Not as many as you think. Places that you congregate together, churches. That's big. The mega churches has got 100,000 people coming in one night. Yeah, think about it. You're going to have to change your lifestyle from now on. Now, why would you want to do that? Well, if you want to survive. When it turns around and starts saying, well, we only had 250,000 people die. Well, what if you had 3.5 million people die at the same time? Not only this year, but next year, and next year, and next year, and next year. You see what I'm saying? I mean, a disease or a virus or stupidity, it don't care. It don't care. It don't care who kills. You see what I'm saying? You can be rich, poor, or otherwise. It don't make a damn bit of difference. Now, why does the rich seem to get along a lot better than the poor? Well, they can choose and choose and pick, basically, where they want to go and come. You know what I'm saying? Do they want, I don't have to go to the store, I'll just send the maid. So I don't have to get out in public. Well, now, this rich person that I know of made their maid move into their house. And if she don't get to see her family or anything till this COVID deal's over with. Now, of course, do I think the maid's an illegal alien? Well, of course she is. But do you think they're doing her right? No, they don't give a shit about that woman. They want somebody wait on them hand and foot. But that person is a prisoner to me. Even though they're paying her, this, that, and the other. That's what it's going to get at. In other words, if you're not in my group, but if you socialize with others, you can't be in my group. It's going to get that bad. Oh, hey, you guys, now you knock it off. But that's where, if you're a prepper and this, that, and other, you bug out. Okay, you take 10 people with you. Okay, it only takes one of them 10 to screw up and kill the other 9. Okay, do they all need to be trained? My doctor's says he's going to be in my bug out group. He said that's what he said. He said the doctor ain't worth a damn unless he knows how to, has medicine to treat the patient and stuff. He said, yeah, I know how to make medicines and everything else, but you got to be willing to sacrifice. And I'm not talking financials or anything. I'm willing to sacrifice going out. This is what the government's asking you right now. Are you willing to sacrifice a shutdown Well, you won't socialize till we kill this damn disease off. All right? Australia had 9 cases. They shut the whole damn country down. Now they ain't got none, 0. But they don't let nobody come in either. You see what I'm saying? And they're out in the middle of nowhere. It's a continent by itself. So therefore, they stopped air traffic, boats, everything. They shut everything down. Okay, are we willing to do that? And Trump was saying a fine line between shutting the country down and economics, economy. Well, I think it's going to be pretty damn hard in both situations. You shut the economy down, people are going to go hungry and starve, dead, this, that, and the other. Or you don't shut it down and people are going to die of COVID. That's what I'm getting at. But like I said, what are we going to do? What are you planning to give up, sacrifice yourself so you and your family will survive? Okay. Have you gave up in this, that, in the past? How much do you think a prepper, a true prepper, not these damn wannabe YouTube preppers, I'm taking a real prepper, has sacrificed over the years? Well, I can't buy that new car because I need this, and my preps because I'm getting low on it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people in America, and I'm just talking about America, they live in the moment. Okay, are you willing to not live in the moment? That's what happens to panic buying. The guy had like 6 or 7 jumbo rolls of toilet paper. Like, okay, that's panic buying. You should have had enough paper products, stuff that don't ruin, like paper and this, that, and the other. You should have had all that stuff put back years ago. Same way, a friend of mine said, well, I can't find no bleach. I said, well, have you ever thought going to a pool place where they got chlorine tablets and making your own damn bleach? Oh, I didn't think of that. Well, yeah, they got chlorine tablets. You can go over in Walmart and buy the chlorine tablet and make up 10 gallons of bleach if you want to. It's only, I think, 3 to 4% chlorine maybe that makes bleach. Most of it's water. So you can make concentrated stuff. Use your brain. It's just like if crap hit the fan, you might be able to go to places that has food. Well, the store's out of food. Okay. Is that the only place that's got food? Okay. They have community centers that's got food. Almost every little bitty odds and end thing place has got food. There's community centers. There's prisons has got food. Colleges has got food. Yeah, you wouldn't think there's much food in college. Yeah, there's a whole kind of food in colleges. They have cafeterias. That's what I'm getting at. How much are you willing to sacrifice so you and your family's going to make it? Yeah. Now, we're spoiled Americans. Yeah, everybody's learned to do that. I lived on the farm too. We had to. Well, you can feel sorry, but how much sorry up to a point that you're giving your food and then you go hungry? You see what I'm getting at? There's going to be a time that like in the Depression, where you had to say no. You have to go. You got to go away. You have to go. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. There's going to be a time that you can't be generosity and free-hearted and anymore. Because to be honest with you, 99% of the people has had just as much opportunity just to put up put up the supplies as you had. Even the poorest person, because they could grow gardens, they could go to food banks. I know that they don't eat every damn thing that the food bank gives them. It's supposed to help them. It's supposed to be total support. But they can put up a little bit too, but they do the. It's just like, okay, how many people's on welfare? I know this woman's got 4 kids, and she bought her new boyfriend, because she got 4 kids, and all of them's got different daddies. But she bought her new boyfriend a motorcycle. She took the kids' welfare check and did it. You see what I'm saying? That shit's gonna have to stop. You know, just like I said, the best thing for them 4 children is give them up for adoption. Maybe they'll find somebody that can support them, and ain't. I'll be honest with you, Peter crazy to give up her finances so she can have a boy to sleep with. You see what I'm saying? The stupidity crap. That's what I'm getting at. The kids have been better off being adopted, you know. But we're gonna have to stop all that, and you're gonna stop that in your own mind. Well, you might, if you fed them this week, they come back next week. You got to figure out. Wait a minute. You want to survive? I can show you how to survive, but you're gonna have to do it on your own. And if you're too lazy, put a bullet in your head. Might help you out a little faster. That way you won't suffer as long. I don't know how that food stamp works. I think they give them. Well, I know that during the ration days in World War II, they had a rationing stamp. I guess it was different. You had to pay the money and have the stamp to go with it. Yeah, I mean, you can buy a gift for someone or your family, but let's keep it a limit, $5. You see what I'm saying? You got 5 people, $5 piece. That's $25. 10 people, that's $50. That's it. That's all you're gonna make. If you can't get them something for $5, then they don't need nothing. If they want something big old present, $300 or $400 present, tell them to save up and buy their own damn shit. You see what I'm saying? Where is it a point that it's like this old saying, their situation or their problem don't constitute your emergency. Not their emergency. They're already in a damn emergency. But does it constitute your emergency? No, it doesn't. It's not your fault that they didn't put stuff up and supply themselves and this, that, and the other. Now, is it their fault? Possibly. Is it the government's fault? Possibly. Is it the situation? Possibly. But it ain't your problem. It's not your problem. It's still your problem because they're going to be out robbing and killing and doing all the other shit they ain't supposed to. But it ain't your responsibility. It's their responsibility. And they're going to have to step up to do it. You see what I'm saying? Well, there's some kindness people that does take care of other people's kids and watch them as their own and this, that, and other. But it's just like a situation. Let's say you had 10 people in your group. All right, you got your kids, their kids, and you got your cousins' kids, and then you got a couple of friends' kids. You got about 10 or 12 people in your group. Now, and you're doing pretty good. You're surviving, and it's not the best in the world. Okay, here comes 4 or 5 more people. You got any food? What are you supposed to do then? Feed them? Or give them expired food or the stuff that you're going to throw out or give them some seeds or whatever? Most generally, they didn't prepare at all. They was blowing and a going. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they was buying that $100 coat and them big old Wade shoes, buying that brand new car. They had money to put back food, but they didn't do it. Didn't give a shit. Did they know any better? Yeah, they've heard people, even the government tells you to put back 6 to 8 weeks worth of food in case of disaster. Well, how much bigger damn disaster are we in than right now? And I would say put 6 months to a year's worth of food back. But you didn't have to do it in 1 week. It takes years to start putting back stuff. Okay, even if okay, let's say it's pillowcases or towels or shirts. I've got about 300 shirts, so at least I can change a shirt every day, even though I can't wash it. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. It's just, to me, the government needs to step in. If this woman, I don't think she's been fixed or anything, but she has 4 little kids, and she's more worried about her boyfriend's motorcycle because he's using the hell out of her. He don't want to marry her now. He just wants her to spend her welfare money on him. You see what I'm saying? That's called somebody needs shot, but that's beside the point. Well, she's that damn stupid and a big moron to get somebody to sleep with her. And she's got 4 kids already and still ain't been fixed. Or I wouldn't want 4 kids. It's stupidity. She shouldn't be allowed to do that in society this day. And the hardworking people are supporting her, giving her food stamps, giving her a place to live. They pay her utility bills. They give her a check. And they're sending her to school to learn her trade that she ain't never going to complete the first damn place because she don't want to work. Take the kids away from her, put them up for adoption, and take her ass down to the local clinic and tie her tubes. I mean, she can't support anybody. Maybe she can learn how to support herself. The government, they say, oh, that's awful harsh. Well, wait a minute. You think them little kids that want to be brought into the world and have to put up with her boyfriend? She's probably mean to him anyway. But they don't need to spend their money on him. Well, you can be respectful, and when they have a food drive or something, and give people food. I mean, everybody's done it. I've done it. I'm just saying, when it really gets down to where there's no more, and I don't think it'll ever do that, where it's like a Mad Max situation. I don't think we're near on the verge of that. There's not been enough people dying, and people ain't went that crazy yet. But if it ever gets down where the governments across the world collapse, then how much is going to be your generosity? You see what I'm saying? Even if you're living way out away from somebody, these marauding bandits or whatever, they're going to find all these places. I have a person that I know lives in a basement. Well, I'll live down here. They could just smoke you out, smother you out, or whatever. You're going to have to be on the move like the nomads. Well, the people live out in the desert. Okay, they depend on YouTube. Well, they ain't gonna be no more YouTube. They don't want to get a monthly check, or they ain't gonna get AdSense, so they're not gonna get all the benefits of YouTube, Patreon, and GoFundMe's and all this stuff. Okay, they're out there in the middle of nowhere where there ain't even water. Can't grow a turnip if you had to. They're depending on others. And I heard that people ain't being as generous with giving them money as they used to be. Yeah, that you're back in a long time ago. They helped people, help them get a job, or they helped them with food. Nowadays, they're afraid. That's what causes people to shut the doors and shut everything down. I'm not going to give a can of soup away when I might need it next week. They're afraid. They're afraid that their government will collapse, and they're on their own. Uh, like a lot of people, they get say Social Security check. What if they just close that down? What, are you willing to take your grandma and grandpa? Hell no, you can't feed yourself. That's what I'm saying. If it ever goes down to where our government completely collapses, the whole world will be collapsed. Yes, then I can see Mad Max, and you got to defend yourself. You know, if somebody comes to your house, you better shoot them because they'll come back with more people. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be like the end of days. God forbid that it's the end of days. You might as well, whatever. But I look for another pandemic to come within 5 years. Yep. As soon as they start this, let's say 5 years from 21, so let's say 2026. See what I'm saying? I look for another pandemic, and I look for, they're going to have little flare ups of this, that, and the other. You'll hear of Ebola over here and something over there and something over there. But I mean a worldwide one in about 5 to 6 years, in about 2026. And it's going to be worse than this one. But we should be able to handle it better than we've handled this one, because we should have a lot more experience. Let's see. Can't read that over there. This one will pop up. What happened to it? I guess I'll have to get it up here like this. Well, I don't think if it gets down that bad, I don't even think it's going to do you any good to call the damn police. They'll probably rob you just as fast as the rest of them will. If it gets down to Mad Max, yep, I think they'll be hunting for food just like anybody else. Yep. But it'd be like anybody else breaking into your house or whatever. That's what I'm getting at. It's just like breaking into your house today. I don't know why that last one won't pop up. I don't know. Guess I'll have to read it from up there. It's just, I don't know where the people are coming from, because they're, I think this election stuff in America, and I don't like to talk about, is, Biden versus Trump, Trump versus Biden. I think that leaders should not put us at each other's throats either. If we're a Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever, Socialist, whatever you are. I don't think we should be at each other's throats. I think we should learn to get along. It don't matter if you're black, white, Hispanic, Catholic, Protestant, whatever. I think as an Americans, we have to get along, because this is our America. The United States is ours. It ain't our political leaders and this, that, and the other. It's ours. It's our country. So therefore, we need to treat it with dignity, respect, and along with our leaders. Should a president, if he gets voted out, leave gracefully? Of course he should. Could he run again? Yes, of course he should. That's what he wants to do. The point about it is, we need to learn as a nation, without our population, without economy, and the health system and this, that, and the other, we're vulnerable to other countries. And if we're that vulnerable to other countries, we can be invaded, this, that, and the other, economically, financially, hell, personally. We can be, there's a lot of ways to invade somebody. Cyberspace, Yeah, like I said, there's some good people in any nationality. I mean, I would call friends and relatives, basically, as far as that goes. But I think one thing we need to do as a nation, we need to pull together. Now, I'm listening to Biden. He said, yeah, we should all pull together. I'm listening to him. But I want action. I don't want just a bunch of mouth shit. I want some action. You know, haven't heard much from Trump, you know. But I think he's worried about his bills that he owes, just like anybody else would be. You know, because when he leaves the White House, I think he's maybe he'll have drives and political deals where he can make a little money. I don't know what, because I heard he owes a bunch of money. Well, that's not my fault. That seems to be their fault, not mine. You know, but the point about it is, as a nation, we should be bigger than who's going to be president. We should be bigger than this coronavirus. We should be bigger and more pulling together for each other than letting countries pull us apart. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Because if the United States crashes, this whole damn world's going to be upside down. Because we keep people from invading so and so country. We keep people from invading that one, invading this one. We have a lot of people who get together, alliances. I mean, we at the point, if we crash, the world's going to crash. And who's ever got the biggest stick's going to rule for a short time. Of course, then he's going to get old and his stick gets withered, and somebody else is going to step up with a bigger stick. You know. What do you think of pull us back together? And then some other country invading us. If you want to know the damn truth. Yep. Just think, okay, what if some, you could take, hell, let's not even take China and Russia. Let's take some little old bitty pissy ass countries like Iran. You see what I'm saying? What if Iran sent a bomb over here? Or what, you know, of course, we'd light up their world like a 4th of July, like that song, but it's going to take something like that to pull us back to being Americans. That's what pulled us back together being World War II. Did you realize that? We focused our attentions on fighting the Japanese in Germany. You see what I'm saying? We quit speaking against the rich and the poor and the roaring 20s and all the little crooked shit that went on in America. You know, prohibition and the alcohol sales and all that other shit, the mafia. We went then and said, oh, we got an enemy and here he is. That's just like the Japanese guy that bombed Pearl Harbor. He said, we have woken up a sleeping giant. And until that giant is get woke up against by some other country's stupidity by trying to invade us, bomb us, or do something, you know. Look how the Americans pulled together during the Iraq and wars, you know, Saddam Hussein shit, you know, which maybe he wasn't guilty of all this bullshit or not, but look how America pulled together. And basically, big countries like China and Russia don't want us pulling together. They'd rather have us have anarchy, like who the hell's going to be president? But if we pull together, we can accomplish a bunch. We're one nation under God, not a bunch of little satellites. And then too many of them's acolytes. In other words, they think they're better than anybody else. Ooh, I'm precious. I'm special. Bullshit. I think, like I said, we need to quit worrying about each other's. Who's going to be president? Who's going to, pass this or do that? What we need to do is focus on the outer threat. You see what I'm saying? And we can focus on that a hell of a lot better. Can we be world police? We sort of have to be. And I don't like the idea of spending our money in foreign countries, but and their business should be their own. But if we don't keep an eye on the nuclear situation, we don't keep an eye on who's building up arms or who's invading who, you know, then it becomes our problem. Because if they can get away with invading some little country, invading another one, taking like Russia invading Georgia and taking a country over named Georgia and taking it, you know, pretty soon they'll think they can invade us and take us. Now we sort of have to be a monitor for the whole damn world. Is that one of our downfalls? Well, I think it's one of our aptitudes, one of our strong points, because little old country like France, Germany, and this, that, and the other, they can't defend themselves. Hell, Canada can't even defend itself, neither can Mexico. You know, we basically have to defend the whole damn world. Now we need a leader. We need a leader with enough gumption and balls to get it done. In other words, we shouldn't have a pansy up there one way or the other. Too much of a tree hugger ain't good, and too much of a damn activist ain't good either. You know, you got to have a middle of the road guy. Now, I don't know who in the hell that's going to be. Maybe I should run for president. I wouldn't have the damn job. I do know one thing, though. I know as a nation, as an American, and I could go on and on, you know, but we need to be strong because other countries are watching us. We need to be strong. Now, what does that take to be strong? Well, Trump had his way, and I hope Biden's got his way. But I hope somebody gets the shit done. You know, don't mess with the damn red, white, and blue. You know, Statue of Liberty got caught with her damn dress up and her panties down. We don't want to do that shit again. You know, and the Liberty Bell's got a big enough damn crack. You know, because we should not focus on worrying about a country or the United States or some political party taking our guns, taking our civil rights away from us. You know, we shouldn't have to worry about that. And like I said, because it's going to take more than just one person to get that shit done. It's going to take Congress, the House of Representatives, the damn judicial system. It's going to take a lot to get that done. And I think, like I said, the little things, you know, is not that really important. It's the big things that I'm worried about. Like, who's going to stand up for social injustice? Do you think these cops have the right to do, well, I'm going to arrest you, so I'm going to shoot you first and kill you? Well, no. Violence, even coming from police officers or the crook, is no way to settle anything. There's got to be a better way than shooting them dead. You know what I'm saying? Hello, UFO. Nice to see you. Hope you had a nice Thanksgiving. And hell, if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, I'm glad you had food to eat. That's about all Thanksgiving is. Get together with friends or a good bottle of wine and some food to eat. I need to make some more homemade wine. You know how to make some good homemade wine? You go pick out the flavor you like in the juice aisle, 100% juice. You take about 4 ounces out of that gallon jug. You put about a cup of sugar in it, and you take about a half a teaspoon of yeast. You shake it up, unscrew the lid where it's just barely sitting on top of it, and let it sit there for 30 days. I always throw a tea towel over it, and out of the sunlight. And in 30 days, you got 18 to 22% alcohol. And it don't taste like that crap you would buy at a damn liquor store for $3 a bottle. It makes good cooking wine. good flavor to it. Like elderberry wine, all kinds of stuff. Pumpkin pie, well, that's American. Turkey stuffing, mashed potatoes, and gravy, and pumpkin pie, and green beans. Well, New Year's, you got to eat black eyed peas. What would make your stomach upset? I don't know. Are you asking me? Hell, your nerves. It could be something you eat, something you're allergic to, acid reflux. There'll be a lot of things that make your stomach it. Mainly, it's an acid reflux system, digestion system. You're not too hard for you to digest whatever you ate. Your stomach's empty. That could make your stomach upset. You could have a stomach virus, which is something basically a little virus is coming through, like you had something not quite good, or your immune system's kicking up a little bit. All we are is a damn biological machine. That's all we are. I had a cousin one time. If you said something was wrong with you, like your elbow hurts or your foot hurts or you had a headache, he says it's all cause of the lack of sex. I said, Richard, that's all you think about. Your diagnosis. I thank God you ain't a doctor. Diarrhea. Ooh, that's something you ate. You've ate something that they agreed to with you, and you've had diarrhea. Gives you diarrhea. Something that basically you could have a light, some kind of basically a stomach flu or a stomach virus that went around. You've had something that didn't agree with you and that caused you to have diarrhea. Basically, you could have something that wasn't as fresh as you thought it was. I would hold off on the meats for a while. Yep. I've been cutting a lot of meat out of my diet, but I did even cook as meatloaf tonight. That's what I'm saying. It's just, I've got a chocolate cake I should be eating, but I ain't going to eat it. I watch what I eat. You got to be careful what you eat. You're not vomiting. Well, that's good. That means it's not anaerobic. You start vomiting, then it's something you basically ate, like food poisoning, salmonella, something like that. Your system with diarrhea means you took in something in your system and now it's trying to flush it. And it's already passed through the stomach area. That's why your stomach's sore and upset. And it's moved on to the bowels. If you had any Pepto-Bismol, would be a great one to take right now. I'd worry about that more than I would take a diarrhea pill. I took Pepto-Bismol. Coat that stomach. Milk and magnesia, something to coat that stomach. And let it go ahead and flush whatever's in your system. Now, if your diarrhea persists over 3 days, you might want to talk to a doctor. And about the third day, I'll be taking me some anti-diarrhea pills to stop that diarrhea. Let it go on for a couple of days at least. Because that means all it's going to do is make you a little weaker and flush out your system. And to have diarrhea during Thanksgiving, that ain't good. That ain't good at all. But I take me some Pepto-Bismol. That'll settle that stomach down. It should. If you ain't got that, you could use some bicarbonate soda. Baking not baking powder, baking soda. Put about a half a teaspoon in some water and stir it around. Drink that baking soda and exhale that gas. I think everybody's had diarrhea 2 or 3 times in their lifetime, pretty bad. As long as it don't turn into scurvy, then you need salt and sugar. Cure that up. That's because you're not, scurvy usually means a diet that you're not, it's usually just a solid meat diet without no vegetables, or fruits or stuff, give you scurvy. They worry about that in the military. Make sure you have orange juice and shit like that to drink. Well, I'm old. I'm 39. It'll be like somebody said, oh, hell, I ain't going to get older than 39, 40. That's too old. My grandma, God bless her old heart, she said women don't never get over 39. That's how I guess man don't ever get over 49. If you're going to run around with 39-year-old women, you don't be that old. It don't matter how old you are. It's just what you know and what you do. That's what I figured a long time ago. My doctor says I'm doing good. I should live up to be 100. Hell, he's about, well, how old is he? He's about 44 years old, something like 44. He's going to be one of my bug out persons. That's what he says anyway. Got my new watch. Tells how many footsteps you take a day. I got 1,694 in. One day I got 9,000 in. Well, I thought I was doing really good. I usually get around 4,000, but I ain't done much today. I laid down a little bit. I got to talk to my kids today, and my grandkids, and my great grandkids, and the greats, and all that other crap. Got it all out of the way. I want to go visit them all, but let's see, 2 of them's got asthma, and one of them little girls got pneumonia. And I think one of them's got the flu, and I ain't going around the other ones. And so there you go. You got to be careful. I don't know. Well, I do know. Oh, what the hell? Hang on, I'll raise up. I'm not giving up dogs. I think. It does your blood pressure. Well, hell, what the hell? Hang on. I gotta get the book. How about that? I get this damn book. Quick Start Guide. Hell, don't even tell me, I guess. You down? Hell, I don't know what it is. And it's Blue Tunes. What else does it say? Oh, there it is. Right there on top. I'll let you read it yourself. I gotta let these dogs out. Oh, shut up. I'm coming. Give me a cat. Whoa, you got something mixed up. Come on. Come on, baby girl. Oh. Okay. I'm coming back. I hope that helped. Oh, I'm gonna get off here in a few minutes. I'll be getting off in 15 minutes. Oh, I'm sick at my stomach a little bit. I'm gonna take me a stomach pill. Well, if I can get to it. I know what caused mine bell peppers. I love bell pepper. Don't like me too much if I put too much in it. Nexium. Take a damn suitcase full of pills. Well, wow. Next burning the scars. I don't know. I don't know a lot of damn things anymore. I do know I got this candy bar Chris gave me. They got $1.39 for it. I'll put it over there with the other ones I got. He buys me candy every once in a while. I got bags of peanuts, everything else I don't eat. Every once in a while I'll nibble at it. But crap hits the fan, I got a little bit of stuff. Do you think the President Trump's just going to leave the White House with dignity and respect, or he's going to be drug out by his heels clawing across the White House lawn? Well, I feel for you because I've had it. If it's down to the pure water stage, at least you're pooping green, that's a vial in your stomach. The lining coating around your stomach called the vial. Vial, I think I pronounced it right. Hell, I don't know. Yeah, if your poop turns green, that's what's happening to you. I'll tell you one damn thing, though. I'm going to Lowe's tomorrow, and I'm looking for me a dog pen. One I can fold out like poof, and it goes out real fast. Put my dogs in it. It's got to at least be about a 10 by 10. And then I'm thinking about going to Arizona. Taking my old ambulance and headed to Arizona. I'm going to meet up with my real estate agent out there, and he's going to show me some properties. And I might stay about 20 days, about 30 days or so. I'm looking for me about not over 3 acres. I don't want 10 acres. I want a little bitty spot. Just enough to camp in. I found out during this pandemic, they closed a lot of BLM land, Bureau of Land Management. That's why I bought land in Nevada. A friend of mine stayed on it because they couldn't find any place to camp. I had I got 30 acres up there, 3 different spots. I said, yeah, stay as you want to, as long as you want to, as long as you pick up your trash when you leave. Of course, now there's still a bunch of them out there in the desert, Quartzsite, and in that other little town, I can't remember it. But I don't want to be where I want to be that close to that spot, because that's one of them snowbird spots. I don't want to be out there where there's 10,000 damn people. I want to be a little further off, maybe up by Santa Fe or Flagstaff. I want to be able to go straight north for the summer, straight south for the winter. Because we ride straight up through Las Vegas and straight on up by Elko County. That's northern. I'm about 30 miles from the Utah border and about 35, 40 miles from the Idaho border. I'm right up in that neck. But I want to do that. I got a guy I watch on YouTube. He's out there in Arizona. He's got 3 acres, I believe he's got. And of course, like I said, hell, you might as well own 1 million acres because it's all desert. There ain't nobody around you anyway. He orders water and they put it in a great big old silo tub thing for him. But that's what I think I'll do. And then I'll come back here for the spring and the fall. Yeah, that's what I think I'm doing. I used to go run off to Europe or run off to Costa Rica where they had the big old stone balls. Then I went to, let's say, I'd go into Greece. Or I'd go to, where the hell else would I go? There's another place I went to all the time. Hell, I'm brain dead. Go to Greece, Costa Rica. I wanted to go to Ireland and didn't. Well, why the hell I didn't go there? Well, I'm glad. Ooh, now wait a minute. Blood in your poop, it could be 2 or 3 things. It does not mean cancer. Don't get excited and don't get scared to death. It could be hemorrhoids. It could be basically that in that area. That could possibly be. But you need to check probably your hemorrhoids are bleeding from constantly pooping and wiping after you poop because you irritated your hemorrhoid. No, cancer, if you had colon cancer, this, that, and other, it could be blood in the stools, yes. But if it's fresh blood, like red blood, that's fresh. That's not cancer. That's usually hemorrhoids. Now, if it's black blood, look like tar, then that could be cancer. But you need to not use me as a medical device. You need to use your family doctor. Have him do a colon test. Yep. I agree with him. Go see a doctor. I mean, there's a lot of ways to, but going seeing a doctor, having perform a prostate examination, a colon test, swab or whatever, blood test. There's 1,000 things. They even use a camera now. Colonoscopy. That's what they call it. Colonoscopy. But don't get excited because it's blood in the stool. That could be, from pooping all day long or 2 days in a row. But red blood don't scare me near as bad as that black tar shit. That scares shit out of you. And that's the same way with ulcers. Now, if your vomits, if it's all clumped together, then that's really bad. But if it's just blood, I cough up blood every day because my throat's irritating and raw. But now, if it's big old hard, dark, black plugs, I would worry about my throat cancer coming back. But I've had it tested 25, 30 times. It's just a side effect from having cancer to begin with. But hey, I am going to put you on my prayer list tonight. I guarantee you that. Good Lord willing that you get better. Because he knows how to take care of you when nobody else does. Oh. I wonder what I'm going to do tomorrow. I think I'll have me another hangout, probably about 7 o'clock tomorrow night. I'm trying to get my 4,000 hours in a year. I can't even get it in a year. And I'll make my $5 a month. put it on my PayPal card. And they take $5 a month off of me anyway to just have that crazy card. I use it up there to get water. You have to have a credit card or some kind of debit card or whatever. And I'm not using my other card for damn sure because I don't want nobody that got money in that one. I want something that's just got a little bit of money because we pay 0.0003 cents, which is really per 100 gallons or something like that. So you pay little or nothing, like $25 to get you all the water you'll ever drink in a year's time. But that's what I said. I just want that nothing card. Because what I call that card, a nothing card. I don't know. It's probably 2,000. It's probably what I got, Joyce. I ain't got very many. I put a video up every day, 2 or 3 of them sometimes. Just nobody watches them. I made that meatloaf tonight. The whole thing was, if I hadn't been talking to my kids and grandkids and great-grand and all that other shit, I turned the oven up 450 to get it hot. Then I was going to turn it back down to around 320, 320. Well, I forgot for about 20 minutes. Well, it already scorched the top a little bit because it crystallized that ketchup. So then I forgot to put the aluminum roof on the, wrap it and put a roof on it with aluminum foil. So, but anyway, it turned out all right. But the main thing is I used a set of crackers or old bread or whatever. What I used was stovetop stuffing, and it gave it a little stovetop. It gave it a little bit of a dressing type taste, a little bit with that hamburger meat. You got 115 subs. I think I subbed you. Oh, I will sub you. That's another damn thing. They won't let you. I'm going to go to my other channel. I got another old channel off the grid. I've had it since 2015. I used to put, there's no reason to be poor in America. I had a prepping channel on it once. It's off-grid channels. Now it's named off-grid something. I had named 2 or 3 things. I ain't got no videos on it now. Took them all down. Because I was trying to figure out I was going to have an art channel, and I decided I didn't want to do that. I'll do something with it. And it's a backup for this one if this one crashes. I had 26 channels one time. A troll made me mad, and he said, I'm going to have your channel took down. I said, the hell, you can have the damn thing. I'll go get another one. So I made 26 of them. I still got them over there on my other computer. I got an old laptop computer. And I said, hell, take the damn thing. I don't give a shit. I don't care about much or nothing. I don't really monetize or anything. And if I don't ever get monetized, I ain't going to worry about it. Hell, if you want it, take it. The people that like me will find me anyway. That's the way I look at it. Put up your chat. I can sub you if you put up your identification on the screen. I just hit it and then go sub it. But I think I already did. I sure sub you. Trust me. I subbed so many people one night. YouTube wouldn't let me sub no more. Because I don't give a shit. But I do know one thing. If you got a chance to put back a little extra food and other things you might need, you need to get with it. Even if this pandemic goes away, because there's going to be another one coming. So we know what we need. Toilet paper, extra supplies, handy wipes, everything you think you need. Lysol, alcohol. Hell, alcohol was hard to find. I can distill my own alcohol, so I know how to do that. I make me up some corn mash or rye mash, or hell, I can make alcohol out of any damn thing. But I want the clear stuff, like Everclear whiskey. I wanted about 120 proof. I want some strong stuff. I buy 91 proof. Now they got the 70 out rubbing alcohol. Yes. They used to, old steels a long time ago, they used to throw a dead rat or a possum or something into the mash to help it ferment real fast. That's why you should give everybody the Jake leg. Back in the 40s, they used to walk around with a Jake leg because they drank too much of the old moonshine, the old crappy whiskey. Yeah, there's another one coming. And it's going to be worse than this one. It could be something like, hell, it could be one we already got. It could be smallpox. Ain't, hell, the modern generation ain't been vaccinated with smallpox. You got a little spot on your arm over here on your right side, I believe it is. If you've ever been vaccinated with smallpox, well, hell, it'd take a year or two to get the vaccine out again to vaccinate everybody. Well, how many people going to die of smallpox? It spreads a hell of a lot faster than Corona 19. That shit now, smallpox spreads fast. Hell, you'll have 250,000 people dead in a month. That shit don't fuck around. Excuse my language. Yeah. How about diphtheria? How about scarlet fever? And we got a bunch of them that's been eradicated. Yeah. That we don't even have vaccines for anymore. Yeah. The old chicken pox. Besides smallpox, chicken pox used to kill. They still vaccinate for chicken pox. But they don't vaccinate for smallpox no more. It's been eradicated. Hell, it's still in labs. They still got it on the shelf in their arsenal of poisons. I did have a great Thanksgiving. I really did. Thank you very much. Yeah. Kentucky, I heard I heard now in the United States, it was North Dakota and South Dakota was hit the worst. Now, in the second wave. And New York's back at it again. Of course, they live like rats up there. Yeah, they got 100,000 people in one damn high-rise building. Shit, they don't know where they're coming and going. And anybody that lives in a high-rise building, you get on the same little 6x6 elevator with another 25 people, or at least 8 people, 6 people, whatever. You're all coughing and sneezing and farting on one another until you get to the 30th floor. You see what I'm saying? Hell, that's just a petri dish waiting to happen. Shit on that one? Hell no. Demo said, yeah. I would live in a high-rise apartment complex. Hell no. I won't give a damn if it's a 3-story apartment. And every time you step, I won't even go to places. I had a doctor downtown. He was on the 4th floor, 6th floor, somewhere in that area. And hell, I walked up and downstairs. I said, I ain't getting in the damn. I ain't scared of elevators, but I just scared of the rest of them damn people. I said, I ain't getting in there with the rest of you damn people. Yeah. Yeah. And once you get in there trapped, and hell, they cough, sneeze, fart on you, do any damn thing they want to. You're going to breathe that air. Yeah, the ventilation systems ain't worth shit. That's what's wrong with the hospitals. And they say it's safer. The ventilation system is better in a plane than it is in a damn hospital. Yeah, that's what you need. Yeah. You live in a mobile home? Hell, that's fine. I used to have one a long time ago. I bought an 80-footer. What the hell did I do with it? It's still out there in the country. That's why it's still there, lucky. I moved out of the damn thing. I bought it to live in till the house was built. Yeah, it's all right. I sort of liked it. It was a 3-bedroom, 2 baths, big old thing. To me, I live in too damn big a house as it is. I live in about 3,000 square foot house. My front room is 36 feet by 36 feet. Big ass place. And I like to go camping where I'm in an ambulance. It's probably got 20 or 15 or 20 square feet. It don't matter what you live in or what you drive. I mean, as long as it gets you in out of the weather, it's warm. It's you're not paying that much to live because, in other words, they taking 90% of your damn check. It's like driving. A car gets you from point A to point B, even if you live in the damn thing. I mean, this Lamborghini thought or this damn place in the Hamptons is bullshit. Basically, that's what I could tell you. Yeah, I think that if you're happy, by golly, everybody else should be happy for you. There you go. That's my motto. I quit trying to keep up with the Joneses 5 million years ago. That's what my theory is. Do you know the definition of a friend besides Jesus Christ? Because he's the only true friend you got. Is a person that accepts another person for just exactly who they are and what they are. Did you know that's the definition of a friend? A person that can accept you for who you are, what you are, that's a friend. In other words, not you have to, you can't belittle them or think you're better than them or anything else, but you have to accept them. That's them. You know what I'm saying? You can't say, well, it's just, you can't change your friend. You can't change your wife. You can't change your husband. You can't change anybody. They can change themselves if they so wish. But I seen these people get married to somebody, and they start trying to change him or change her, or they get a friend and they want them to change for them. You know what I'm saying? Well, that ain't the way life works. If you ain't willing to accept your mate or your friendship or your friend or whatever for who they are and what they are, that means their attitudes and who they like or this, that. You can agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? But you should never take it to the point where it should rust up a friendship or something like that because you didn't accept them for who they were. Let's say if they were a Trump supporter or a Biden supporter. If you're going to let that interrupt your friendship, you wasn't friends in the first damn place. Well, I'm glad you are. I hope you get to feeling better too. And ain't no lie there. But I think that COVID, you might have had a touch of the cold or whatever. That COVID disease, they say, big bad headache. I had one of them for 2 or 3 days. Come to find out it was lack of sleep, I think it was, bothering me. But like I said, anymore on YouTube, you got so many damn trolls and this, that, and the other that I don't let them bother me. Why? I mean, hell, if they ain't got enough damn galls or balls to make up their own damn channel and do their own shit and thing, make their own damn videos, who in the hell are they that most of them ain't got but 2 or 3 subs, or they ain't got no subs at all. They just made that channel up for the night. I'd do something more with my life than that. I think I would. Hell, even my old age and feeble old butt can do more than that. I could hand make some Christmas cards. I think I'll make me some Christmas cards and mail them out. Should already had a bunch of them made up, Lucky, but I didn't. I don't think you have diarrhea in COVID. I think it's a respiratory deal. From what I was checking it out, like pneumonia or whatever, it leads into pneumonia. But I think it's hard breathing, bad headache, nausea, like puke. That's causing being dizzy or whatever. But I don't think it's diarrhea. I think that is basically you got a touch of something that wasn't too damn good for you, a touch of a virus or something like a stomach flu, and it's trying to expel it, or you ate something that ain't good. Did you eat something in the last 2 or 3 days you wasn't supposed to be eating? Maybe it was a hamburger meat's real bad. You got to make sure it don't smell real bad. If it starts, anything smells, don't eat the damn thing. That's why some sausages I won't. If I buy it, It has to be really, but if it even smells a little tainted, I don't want shit. Yeah, I think I'll make some Christmas cards up. I've got my mailing address on my About page along with my email address. Yeah, sure do. People said, like I said, I had a great time doing odds and end things, painting, drawing pictures, making cards, doing crafting with a hot glue gun. Just do something. You know what I'm saying? And then people wants to be butt heads and this, that, and the other. I did the other day. I let this guy follow me all along some trolley. And I said, shit, I just did for the hell of it. I didn't give a shit. I wasn't thinking about painting anyway. I just playing with colors that day. This is like most of the famous artists like the Scream or whatever. Well, hell, they look like a kid drawing that. I can do that good. Do I? Yeah, I should paint for real. I should sit down and really paint something. But the trouble of it is, I would have to, out of 30-minute intervals, and it's going to take you 3 or 4 days to paint something really pretty. Or if you had a hangout, you'd have to have somebody answering the questions and whatever. It'd take you forever to paint something and have to stop, answer a question or something like that. And then you have to have somebody monitor it that had a ranch. That ain't got nobody here that's got a ranch. Now, I think all my ranch people left. But really, you got to get behind something you want to do. And hell, I got where I don't really want to do much. I want to go to Arizona. I want to look at some land. What I want to do. Around the Grand Canyon, Mount Needles, California. In the Grand Canyon. I'm thinking about buying a mine. They have mines for sale out there. It's like where you don't buy the land, you buy the mineral rights. And a couple of them's got mines on it, gold mines, silver mine, whatever. And I thought about buying one of them suckers, put me a big steel door on the granite hole in the ground, and make a great bug out place. I don't give a damn if I ever find anything in there or not. I think once a year you got to take some ore down and have it analyzed. It costs you about $150. But hell, that ain't bad. There's 40-acre spots, and it's got water runs on it. Whole kinds of shit. There is some it's dry land. This is up by Santa Fe, I think it is. Well, doing something to do in my old age. I can't take my money with me. Would be no room for me in the coffin. I put my money in there. I'll tell you, a lot of people say, well, you need to buy gold bullion. You need to buy silver, the platelets and stuff. Let me tell you something smart. Collect change. Just flat change. Okay, let's get smarter than that. Years ago, I used to buy gold and stuff by the pennyweight. My father-in-law owned a hawk shop. He owned about 6 of them. I can think of it. And I would buy the whole tray, and he'd weigh it out for me, and he'd just pour them in a bag. And that's where I saved my money. He learned me that a long time ago. He said, because you always take a ring and go hawk it. And you tell them that it's your grandma's, your grandpa's, whatever. They'll give you 2/3 of what it's worth. Now, if you sold it, they're only going to give you about half what it's worth. But they'll hawk it to you for about 2/3. But they want you to pay interest on that for 4 or 5 months before you bail it out. Well, what he says to do, he says, once you hawk it, you've already got 2/3 of what the value's worth. But I sold it to you for about 1/3 of what of the value. In other words, I only paid him about 1/3 of what it was worth. So in other words, because I bought it by pennyweight. So I saved a lot of money that way. And I go hawk it. I still got quite a bit of it. Go take a gold ring, and hell, gold's went up $400, $600 an ounce now. It's up there. But you got to work. When I worked like 2 jobs for 7 years, 16-hour days. I had 8 hours left. I had to sleep, eat, bathe, shower, poop, and every damn thing else that went with it. You can't be set on your butt and wait to go. Oh, wait till my food stamps come in. I'm gonna wait till my welfare check comes in. Well, you ain't gonna live long. Hello, Gail, my ranch person's back. Well, Gail, I'm glad you come by. I really appreciate you. You know, and like I said, there is some fantastic people on YouTube. I met some of the sweetest, kindest people. Granny Marino is one of them, real church going woman. Then Gail's another one. There's all kinds of. But then you meet one of these basement dwellers. I don't know what the hell they call them. All they want to do is start confusion, belittle you. They act like they're the YouTube police. Are you kidding me? I laughed my ass off. Like, there's nobody that special. Like, who cares? You know, treat somebody like you'd want to be treated and go on. That's my motto. Be kind and considerate to others. It's not a hard motto. I'm not going to get into, are you cussing your husband tonight? Like this one guy. I watched him and his girlfriend got into a fight coming home from Thanksgiving. And he put the damn thing up on YouTube. And then that was phase one. And then he had three of them. And then got into a fight at home and they put phase two up. I guess when he kills her in phase three, he'll have that documented too. People don't give a shit if you're arguing with your spouse. They want to go, and I guess it's some type of entertainment. I don't like that kind of entertainment. But, I mean, I just turn it off. If that's their argument, I don't want to be involved in it. You know what I'm saying? I'm out of here. You know. Oh, it's people that they'll dock you. I've been docked so damn many times, and like I said, I explained to them once why there's a big discrepancy on my age, one way or the other. I was born at home. When I was borrowing money, you had to be younger than 65 years old. Well, I'm actually younger than 60 years old if you're going to borrow damn money. So hell yeah, I lied. I wasn't ready to retire yet. I ain't like some of them damn people. They want to retire at 55 years old, but they can be on YouTube all night long. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If I was that disabled, I wouldn't. But that's what blows my mind. They can get out there and climb a damn mountain and go fishing or work on their truck, pull a transmission out, put one in, but they're disabled. What the hell? Shit. Damn well they just too damn lazy to work and they figured out a way to get a check. Bingo. I call it a kettle black. If it's black, I don't give a shit. What are you gonna do to me? It's like I told them, hell, what are they gonna do to a person? It's like when you get, let's say 80, 90, 100 years old. If you shot somebody dead, what are they gonna do? Put you in nursing home? About all they can do to you. Because it'd take 20 years, 15 to 20 years to die on death row before they ever lethal injection. And then let's say you was 90 and you stayed there for 15 years, that would make you 105. How damn long are you going to live? Shit. So you got away with murder. Hell, and you get so old, they're going to put you in nursing home anyway. Well, if they put you in federal pen, they take better care of you because they want to punish you than they would in a nursing home. There you go. Gail knows it. There you go. She'll tell you. I don't care what some troll wants to say about me or anything. Don't care. Their lives does not matter to me. Or what they say doesn't constitute my reaction. It doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? And that really pisses them off. I don't care if you talk about me or not. For another thing, I'm not dependent on YouTube to make me a living. I'm not depending on others to keep me satisfied. I'm satisfied with myself. I make my own living. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with my quality of life. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, I don't care what they say. Don't care. You know, if you care about what people say, because there's some people, alkalites, that would say they worry about, they don't like me. Well, you can't please everybody, people. You cannot please them. Get that shit out of your system. You can't make everybody happy. You can't please everybody. If you put on a red shirt to somebody, I don't like red. You put on a blue shirt. The other person that liked the reds, well, I like blue shirts. You can't please everybody. And the better and quicker, faster you learn that, a hell of a lot better off. Pick some people that's common sense, that's good, respectable people. Be friends with them. I mean, that means you don't pour out every your last dime on it. I used to give people money. Don't do that shit no more either. The point about it is you can be friends, pray for them, lift them up in prayer, give them some solid advice, actually genuine care. Like that guy, pray for his diarrhea. He needs it. If he's concerned about cancer, this, that, and other, give him advice like, hey, if you're, maybe you need a good checkup. What I'm saying. Don't be afraid, because 9 times out of 10 it ain't nothing, and fear ain't gonna do nothing but make you depressed. So therefore, you don't need to be afraid of anything. Well, I like leftover turkey better than I do the damn thing when you're carving it and eating it. I mean, I like ham sandwiches best. I like mustard and honey baked ham. Yeah, and then before I serve it, I'll put pineapple and Marciano cherries on it. Pour honey over it and glaze it, and then serve it right there. But I don't cook it with the mushrooms and stuff, nothing. But with the pineapple and cherries on it, I wait till it's completely done. It takes about 10 minutes to crystallize it in the oven with circles of pineapple and the Marciano cherries. Yeah, people have been after me for years. People, come on, people, you're not going to hurt my feelings. Hell, I don't care what you say, what you do. You're the one going to get frustrated. One night I said, there's a thing, and there's about 3 or 4 trolls. And hell, I kept entertained all that. And they cussed me and get mad, and they throw a fit. I just laughed under my breath and just kept going. I don't care. What are you going to do? I mean, I've had them deliver me pizza. Well, the old boy down there to the place, he knows what kind of pizza he got, where he said, nope, Lucky didn't order this pizza. And if they don't give him my right name, he said, well, yeah, I know you're talking about, but that ain't what he says when he calls here. Yeah, what else did they do? Oh, they've done a wellness check, sent the police out there and see if I was suicidal and killed myself yet. Because they claimed I was going to kill myself. I said, okay, wellness check. He's fallen and he can't get up. He needs help. They come so damn many times because that, and they got where they was investigating them trolls on that shit. They found out how to find them, PLE number or something. It's putting them so much in the jail for just the price. I didn't bother me. I said, well, I wish they'd quit calling out. The cop said, I said, hey, that ain't my damn problem. I mean, if they broke the law, you need to chase them, not me. Hey, you want a cup of coffee? I made some tea. You want some tea? Hey, I got some pineapple pie made, you ever eat any pineapple pie? I bet nobody's eat grape pie. And the ones that say grape pie, I bet you they haven't eaten any sheepshire pie. I mean, to me, if you can't make yourself happy and you rely on others to make you happy, you're in trouble already. That's the honest to God truth. good sound advice. The world exists, and the people in that is, let's say, 10% great, terrific people, or vice versa. 90% great, terrific people, 10% buttheads. And you've got to learn to live with both of them. You know, and if you don't want to live with both of them, you're in trouble. Here's a dog barking. I missed the news. I guess we've been invaded. There are a lot of things. I gave myself a testosterone shot in the leg, and it sort of hurts. I have to take one once a week, so I get up on my ass and do things along with my thyroid. I think everybody has that, good days and bad days. I get the hiccups right now. But it's what you do with them. I mean, even if you have bad days and don't feel good, try to force yourself to doing things that you at least need to get done. Like get up and wash the damn dishes. Well, I need to get out there and start all the vehicles again. It's been a week. I start them once a week, so it keeps the batteries up. That'll run for 20 to 30 minutes a piece. Well, tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, we'll have a hangout. And you know what? We should talk about long time friends, maybe, and making new friends. What what does in your category constitute your friend to you? You know, everybody's got their own criteria. You know, honesty, maybe. You know, a good ear to listen. I mean, give you something to think about tomorrow. What would constitute a friend that you would consider them a friend? Well, I think it would be fun living in an RV. If I can get somebody to take care of this damn house, I would move into my ambulance. I don't want a great big one. I've had them big old buses, you know, them, not the school bus type. I had one. I've got two. I had two, one, and then got this other one. I mean, I had one of them great big buses, like the super class A, looked like a Greyhound bus. In fact, it was like a Greyhound bus back in the day. I like my little ambulance. I can scoot in, park it in one little spot, you know, so on and so forth. I'm good to go. And I got plenty of money, but I can't get nobody to take over this house. I can't get my daughter to move it. I know why she don't want to drive from Oklahoma City to where I live, because it's probably 60, 70 miles one way. And maybe I'll have to wait till she retires. Maybe my son will live here. Who the hell knows? I've got to have somebody live here during the winter because of the pipes at freezing busted in. And then I would love to just be a nomad. Don't worry about nothing. But I have to take my puppies with me. There's my friends. There's my little friends. What kind of RV would you like? Class A, Class C, Class B, travel trailer, cargo trailer, a box truck. Let my little dog in. Big boy's outside, Chris. Yeah, let him in. I mean, what RV would you like? That's what I would say. I've had all kinds. Or he was out there too. Well, should have left him. To me, I like the Class B's.
Sorry, I'll get it.
That's all right. It bothered me. He's going to pester everybody else there.
You already made him upset, man.
A Class B. There you go. That's a good choice. Class B is like a van. To me, I don't want one with any plumbing in it. Me and plumbing don't get along. I don't want a holding tank. I don't want a freshwater tank. I don't want a brown tank. I don't want a black tank. I don't want none of that damn tank shit. I just pour my damn water out of a jug and take a shower with a Hudson sprayer. That way I don't have to winterize the damn thing. If it's 60 below zero, I don't give a shit, you know. Because a lot of RVs has got plumbing problems because they didn't winterize them. They put them up and busted all the pipes and all that shit. And half the damn plumbing sometimes run up the ceiling, so that ruins all the water. I like a good heavy roof, iron roof or something. What you doing, son? What you got? What you got, son?
I'm eating.
What are you eating?
I don't know. I don't want everybody to know.
Oh, you okay? Don't everybody know.
My business, man.
What is he? Oh, damn it. He's bad about going up there and eating their chicken strips.
One of them Polish wieners.
Oh, you're gonna eat some of that? They were good.
I'm just having one.
Now, eat as many as you want. Polish sausage. I bought a bunch of Polish sausage.
Yeah, here.
I ate them like hot dogs. I cut long Polish sausage in half and put it on a hot dog.
Come on.
Not all of them do. You can find them that they'll have a toilet or a wet shower, a wet toilet they call it.
Joey
But
Hush.
to me, I like whoops. I just don't like I'd rather take a shower with a Hudson sprayer. And when I had my, that's what I used half the time was Hudson sprayer. And then when I had my toilet, I put a bag in it to keep the black water tank having to go change it all the damn time. But you need to separate your urine from your solids. Because if you put them together, they'll blow up and explode looking crap. And if you're going to do that, if you're going to use a wet tank, then a brown tank, you'd have to have a dump station. I just put cat litter. I got mine. It's got what they call in my bus is got a compost toilet. It's about $1,100. And then on the ambulance, I just use a bucket and pour kitty litter on it.
Get in there. Go ahead.
Well, glad you stopped by. You have a great one. We'll come by tomorrow night. Good night, Gail. Have a great day. I'm about ready to get off here too. Should have went off about 30 minutes ago. Come back anytime you want to. What you need though, any time nowadays, you need solar. Unless you're going to park in an RV park, and that's going to cost the hell out of you. But if you're going to boondock or this, that, and the other, you need solar and batteries. That's the number one thing you need. I think you can look on one of my RVs, on my old Amos, it's got 9 solar panels and little cheap ones on the side. I bought about 37 of them suckers, still got plenty of them. But you need solar. And then you need a bunch of like DC electricity things that run off of DC. Well, I'm gonna let everybody go. It's getting pretty late. It's 10:30 here too, and I've got some odds and ends to do. I've got to put up the rest of my Thanksgiving dinner. Come back tomorrow night. We'll talk about friends. I think that's what I want to talk about. Friends and having just a way to get away and enjoy yourself. During the COVID, that's probably what we need to focus on. How to get away and enjoy yourself during the COVID, and being safe with you and others. You don't want you to get your friend. You want to congregate with your friends, but still want to be safe. Come up with ideas about that. Social distance, wearing gloves, don't hug and kiss somebody like that Facebook joke. They hope it was a joke. Telling kids nowadays to wear a mask when they have sex and gloves. Like, okay, besides the condom, hell, you might as well. Never mind. I thought that was the funniest damn thing I ever heard in my life. What the hell would you used to be having sex in the first damn place if you if you all wrapped up in a hazmat suit? Oh Lord. But I will talk to you tomorrow night. Come back. We'll have a great time. Like I said, there's got to be a way to get out and enjoy yourself with others without putting yourself in danger or putting them in danger. And I guess it's social media. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, enjoying ourselves. Had one little old hiccup guy that comes around all the time. I'm going to figure out a way that I can block him on my deal. I ain't figured out how to block him yet. I like my people with the Blue Ranches take over. Mr. Rice, or Mrs. Rice. Mr. Rice. Ow. Well, be kind and considerate to others when you can. Don't give a pushover. Let people abuse you either. That's my biggest problem. I used to be kind and considerate to everybody and didn't want to cause no ruffles and all that stuff. Well, then I got to thinking, man, I deserve better than this. It's like my daughter said one time, well, Dad, not everybody deserves your story. You know, I tell them little odds and ends and pieces, but that's about it. I won't listen to everybody got a better way of doing it than I do. I barely want to survive. My little dogs, they're so special. Yes, it is. It's very hard to be friends with somebody, especially if I was friends with this person, and more I got to be friends with him, and more I got to be friends with him, he was moving me into a situation where he wanted to get money off of me, and he wanted a big chunk of money, because he knew I'd done that in the past. And I made up my mind if I got took like that, I wasn't doing it again. Well, he got mad and hung up, and I ain't heard from him since. Yeah. Like I said, well, it didn't hurt my damn feelings. Hell, I was heard to be with the best. We used to talk a lot on Hangout, like Skype or whatever. And yeah, I just let him go. Yeah. If he can't support himself, but hell, I'm not. He was 50 some odd years old. Hell, it wasn't my place to support him. Let him go. Let him go. Yes, well, it's my motto. If they can't support yourself, they want you to support them. Well, I got enough damn kids and grandkids and great grandkids to support, shit. In my damn job, you got yourself in a situation, sell some of your junk, shit. That's what I do. I've had to do that multiple times. That's the way I look at things. Yeah, they'll move you until they want to start mooching and begging off of you, and it's time to cut them loose. Because that's what they had in mind all the time. Just trying to figure out how to use you. But tomorrow night, we're going to talk about what makes a congestion of a friend and how to get together or have a great time. And I ain't saying, and it's off social media, actually seeing them and across the room or whatever, you know what I'm saying, good ventilation, something. We have to wear 100% hazmat suits. Or should we wait till we get the vaccine? Oh, hell, we don't. There's a million questions. Hello, Tiger. Well, I do know one thing. I bet a lot of people had a lot of hangouts let me see here. Tonight, they should have had a bunch of them.
I'm sitting here watching, see if I had any of them. Then, oh yeah, they had one out there in Arizona. I've got a lot of friends that goes to that Courtside and whatever the name of the other place is. Hmm. Turkey Day Fun, that's what they call that one. I'm just looking through the schedule here. Oh my God. FedEx and what do they call that? UPS is running behind. I think we heard enough about this president takeover shit. Get out of here, people. He's still. I gotta watch this. We're gonna watch this. President flips out.
If the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden on December 14th, will you concede?
It's going to be a very hard thing to concede because we know there was massive fraud. So as to whether or not I can get this apparatus moving this quickly, because time isn't on our side, everything else is on our side, facts are on our side. This was a massive fraud. This should never take place in this country. We're like a third world country.
Just to be clear, if the Electoral College votes for Joe Biden, will you concede?
Well, if they do, they made a mistake because this election was a fraud. Just so you understand, this election was a fraud. They have Biden beating Obama on Obama's vote in areas that mattered in terms of the election in swing states.
I gotta watch this. I'm gonna let you guys go because I'm gonna go watch my nightly bullshit and laugh my ass off at some of these damn things they're coming up with. Tomorrow night, people be there and wear a big smile because we're liable to get in some real good stuff. I get a used RV. I'm gonna go. Let you go. Have a great day. Think of one another sometimes in prayer. And I haven't forgot about you. I'm going to pray for you. Going to say my nightly prayers here in a little bit.